Alrighty. Welcome back to Hanger 51. Look who's here. Let's see. I'm betting Mike Bird's going to beat Eric tonight. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Jeff and Lower Alabama beats them all. Woohoo! Look at that. Way to go, Jeff. Hey, Eric beat Mike Bird. I'll be darned. How about that? Boy, Jeff was standing there at the ready button. There's Mike Bird. That's funny. All right, guys. Welcome. Good to see you. Another Saturday night. I keep forgetting I do shows on Saturday night. Well, Bill, what's up? Yeah, I like when all those planes came in last week. I was, all set Thursday night. I gotta go live, gotta review all these airplanes. Wait, I don't go live on Thursday nights anymore. Shit, I gotta wait till Saturday. Ah, damn. And then Saturday night comes along, and I'm like, let's see, should I go flying tonight? Oh, I gotta do a show tonight. Oh. So I just can't get used to the Saturday night thing yet. It's different. It's definitely different. So, Mike Bird, you were looking at a camper hauler too, yeah? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Wild Bill, that this thing was gonna be if it worked. And the jury's still out, but yeah, if it works 100%, it would definitely make Bigfoot look a lot more appealing to me. Yes, I think I have a problem with the fresh holding water tank. Either I overfilled it and it has a self-purging drain, or it's got a leak. I have to crawl into the trailer to find out. So. It's got water in it now, for sure, because I can pump water out of it, but I don't know how much water's in it. The little gauge, of course, the float's probably stuck, so I figured when I drove it down the road, bouncing along down the road, would probably free that up. So I'm probably going to go flying tomorrow and take it to the field, and that way it will give it another road trip to test it and see if the freshwater tank works. So we'll see. Right now, it doesn't appear to be 100% working. It's working, but like I said, a lot of water. Now, I had the hose filling it for quite a while, and I kept checking it, and it wasn't backwashing, so I figured it was still, it was a big tank, I don't know how big the tank is. And then I finally heard some leaking. I looked under the trailer and it was leaking, so but it wasn't backwashing out the thing. So I thought, well, maybe it's just got a self purge valve, up on the top of the tank or the side of the tank or whatever. That once it's full, it just pees itself out. So I turned the water off and I disconnected it, and then it drained for quite a while. So I thought, that's probably not good. And so now it's all wet under the trailer. So I got to hook the truck back up and move it. Probably back it up a few feet to get on some dry ground, get underneath it, and see if I can see if there's a hole in the tank, if the hose is off, a hole. Maybe there's a hole in the hose. At this point, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's everything works so far. I don't know if anything works on gas so far. We'll see. But electrical-wise, everything works. The refrigerator, freezer. Everything, the radio, it's got a radio. I forgot to show that to you in the video, but it's got a radio with a cassette player. Right on the side of the cabinets on the side, right by the door. When you walk in the door, there's a radio right there on the end of the cabinet. So and the TV antenna crank is right above it, right there. There's a crank to crank the TV antenna up. Haven't tested that yet. I have to see what we're going to do with that. And yeah, so I don't know. So am I going to Bigfoot? I don't know. We'll see. Um, we'll see. Are you, Bill? Are you going to Bigfoot? Since you're the one asking, I'm curious. According to him, it weighs 7,000 pounds. I don't know if that's wet or dry. Lyndon Stewart, what's up? How are you doing, man? The truck handled it just fine. No problem at all. It was, it pulled like it wasn't even back there. It pulled it all the way from Naples. It was a little over 200 miles bringing it home. It was 4 hours down and about 6 or 7 hours back because I had to stop and sleep. I got a pretty good road test and did fine. Towed fine, no problems, no swaying, nothing. Just back there. I checked all the hubs; they were all cold, so nothing. The first time I checked, I only went about 5 or 6 miles, and I pulled over and checked, and the right front hub had just a tiny little bit of warmth in it, just a tiny bit. Nothing, not even in the realm of hot. Just I could feel, I felt the others, and they were all cool, and this one I could feel just a tiny bit of warmth in it. And then I drove it about another 50 miles and checked it again, and they were all cold. So I'm thinking maybe there was a break, had maybe some rust on it, and it heated up a little bit, just cleaning it off, and now it's fine. But yeah, everything was cold after that, and stayed that way. When I got home, I checked them again; they were all cold. So yeah, it's pulling fine, no problem. The truck can handle it fine. I'll be honest with you. The only reason my Impala wouldn't tow it down the road, because my Impala's got way more torque than the truck. It's just that the bumper, the tongue weight's too heavy. If I put air shocks on the back of the Impala to carry the load of the tongue, the Impala would pull it down the road better than the truck. The Impala's a beast, and that's why. Let's see, I went and got this on Tuesday, I think it was. Got back real early Wednesday morning, like 1 in the morning, something. Took Wednesday and Thursday off, just, recovering. And, yeah, the wheels on the bus go round and round. Yeah, they do. 'Cause yesterday, I drove to Miami to pick up another car. Been wanting to buy this car, trying to buy this car from this guy for 8 months. The guy's been a total dick. But I thought the car was worth, he wouldn't answer any of my questions about the condition of the car. He just keeps sending me a fucking video of a walk around, which doesn't tell me anything. I already saw the video. The car was wrapped with this beautiful green wrap. It was, the color it came was the gray green that came on the Impala. It was a Buick Roadmaster wagon. So it's got the same Corvette motor in it that my Impala has in it, same rear end, same front suspension. It's the same car. Front bumper, the fenders, hood, all the same stuff. It's all the same car. The only, obviously it's a wagon, so the back end's different. But, wheelbase, everything. It's the same car. And that comes with an air ride system in the back like my truck has. Because, you can put 9 people in the wagon. And it'll adjust the air ride automatically. So I wanted the wagon to pull the camper, in case I didn't want to use the truck. And I have 2 wagons now, but the one doesn't have an LT1 in it. It's a 92 wagon. It's got the 305 motor in it. I've pulled my little trailer to the field with it, but it doesn't like it. The motor just doesn't have the torque to drag something through the air like that. So it doesn't like pulling it. It did it. It made it there and back no problem, but it didn't like it. And then I bought a Buick wagon with an LT1 in it that the guy told me the motor was good, and you guys have heard that story. And the motor knocks at low pressure. Once the oil pressure comes up, it stops knocking, and I think it probably just needs a good oil change with some stabilizer in it, which will probably stop the knock. Now, that doesn't fix the problem. Obviously, there's some wear on the motor. But I drove an Impala, my 94 Impala, I drove for 2 years with that exact same startup knock. So I wasn't really concerned about it, but it pretty much, cancels any ideas of making it my drag car or pulling the trailer with it. But it's a driver. I could use it as a driver, and that's not what I bought it for. So I can certainly fix these motors. Not a big deal. I can pull it apart. Put some probably main bearings in it, and it'd be fine. But but anyway, this was a beautiful wagon, I thought. When I got that there, it was a piece of trash. This thing was so bad. Everything's broke. Everything. None of the windows work. The driver's seat, the power seat doesn't work. None of the electric windows work. The turn signals on the dash don't work. They do work outside the car, but the indicator on the dashboard doesn't work. There's a lot of rust coming through the wrap. You can see it bubbling under the wrap, where it's got all kinds of cancer under it. There's something wrong with the roof in the back. I don't know if something fell on it or what, but the back of the roof, back where the back glass is, was all screwed up. Neither one of my wagons have any problem back there. So I don't know what happened to that. And the fender, the right front fender is all wavy. Like, I don't know what happened to it. It's, you can look at it certain ways and it looks straight, but you get it in the light right and you can see all the indentations in it. Like, just like the ocean. And it just had so many things wrong with it. And the guy wanted $5,000 for it. And I'm like, I'm not buying this car. And it was such a hassle. The guy wouldn't give me his address. And then he told me it's at his dad's house. So I said, well, give me his. No, I'm not going to give you his address either. I'm going to give you the address of a bank, and he'll meet you at the bank. And I'm like, okay. And then, I need a phone number. No, I'm not going to give him my phone number. We'll just keep talking through Facebook. And I'm like, this is like secret decoder ring bullshit. I've never in my life had to deal with so much bullshit to buy a car on Marketplace, So, so I played by all of his bullshit, got all the way down there, got to the bank on time. I was 1 minute late. I told him I'd be there by 5:30. I was at there 5:31. And he's not there. He's not coming anyway. His dad's bringing the car. He's not there. 30 minutes later, he's still not there. So I start, I'm messaging the hell out of him. And she told me that his cell phone number would be available. He monitors it all day, no problem. And I sent him 4 text messages. I called it twice. He never answered the phone. He never responded to any of my text messages. So then I text messaged him again on Facebook. Still didn't answer me. So then I started looking up, on the court records. I was going to find out where the hell his house is and just go there. Because it's public record. All you got to do is go to the property appraiser and type in his name. So I didn't get finished doing that when, 45 minutes now, Dad finally pulls in with the car. 45 minutes late. And and then, like I said, we took it for a test drive, and I looked it over, and I said, no, I'm not buying this car. So, and now it's 5:30, it's 6:15, 6:20, rush hour traffic. The Florida Turnpike down there was 8 lanes wide at a complete stop, for miles. There's nothing moving. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to go find some place to eat because I'm not going anywhere. So I went down to a Texas Roadhouse that was right down the street and sat down at the bar and ordered some dinner. And then, my phone starts ringing. Guess who's calling me? The dickhead that wouldn't talk to me on the phone, wouldn't answer any of my questions about the car, nothing. He's calling me because he wants to know why I didn't want the car. I guess. I don't know. I didn't answer the phone. I'm not gonna. I got nothing more to say to that jackass. I mean, he can kiss my ass. I hope he gets buried in that car. So I didn't get home. So I left to go down there at 11 o'clock Friday, and I didn't get home until 8:30 this morning. So that was a long trip. I got home at 8:30 this morning and just went to sleep. Woke up, went back to sleep, woke up again. I think I woke up at 4. And then I came out here and started playing with the car hauler. Filling the water tank and just messing with some stuff. Learned how to turn the water pump on, because when he demoed the thing, when I went to pick it up, he had it hooked to city water, so it's water pressure from the city water, so you don't need the onboard pump. You just turn it on, you got water, and that worked, and it was hot water, so the hot water works, and so everything worked. The refrigerator was on, the freezer was on, air conditioning was on, everything worked, everything was working, but that's not self-contained at the flying field. That's plugged into your house, both the water and the electric. So that didn't really answer all my questions. And he didn't know anything about, he's never used the propane system, so he didn't know anything about that. I know a little bit about it. So I decided I was going to start testing some of the onboard systems. So the onboard water pump didn't work at first. It hadn't been used, I don't think, ever. The switch was stuck. I couldn't even move the switch. So I got some penetrating oil and some WD-40, and that freed the switch right up. And then I just kept flipping it back and forth because I had some intermittent contacts. The little red light kept blinking on and off. That cleaned the contacts up. It comes on. It works fine. Then I got the pump, after filling the holding tank, I turned on the water, and a lot of air came out of it. So there was a lot of air in the system. It finally got full water, and the pump was just running constantly. So I figured it should be, when it pressurizes, it should shut off if it's working right. So once I got all the air out of the system, I turned the faucet off, and sure enough, the pump stopped. It pressurized the system and stopped. So then I turned it on, the faucet on, the pump started running again, turned it off, the pump stopped. So the pump's working right, it's pumping water. I went in the shower, getting plenty of water. The shower will work, So as long as the holding tank is working and doesn't have a leak, and I won't know that till tomorrow, then we're good. I really don't care about the black water tank for Bigfoot, or the gray water tank for that matter. I'm not concerned about those two for Bigfoot. They have facilities there for, I just want to be able to take a shower. That's gray water, so I don't give a crap about that. I can pour that on the ground. And the black water, I'll probably just use the facilities there. I don't need to use mine. Since there's going to be facilities there to use, I'll use those instead of my own. So yeah, if the freshwater tank is good, where I can take a shower there, because that's really all I need it for. Other than that, I can make do. But of course, it's going to be nice to be able to go into an air-conditioned trailer to get out of the heat. If it gets hot, and just different things. Have a refrigerator full of cold drinks, and so yeah, looking forward to that. If it works. So I think I'm going to test it tomorrow. I think I'm going to throw some airplanes in it and go to the field tomorrow and just see how it does at the flying field. See if I can get everything working there. I might even throw a TV in there and crank up the aerial and see if the TV antenna works, just for shits and giggles. So any of you guys campers? Any advice? GGI, somebody, I think that was JCB, I think, left me a comment about making sure I sanitize I don't know why he wants me to sanitize the gray water tank and the black water tank. But yeah, I will definitely sanitize the freshwater tank before I use it for drinking water or anything. So it doesn't smell or anything. The water coming out of it was fine. It smelled good, so I wasn't too concerned about that. But yeah, so he left me a nice comment about that. That was nice. But yeah, I haven't really heard anything else. So how this all began. Let me tell you how this all began. So all the trouble we're having with getting a brand new double wide to replace the home we have here. But with permitting, and they're going to put a new septic system in, and and it's just, we have to have a new spark arrestor system, installed onto our power pole unit, and it's just getting over, just one thing's leading to another, and so I just said to her, to Deb, I said, these 40-foot long campers, with 4 slide outs. Some of them are really, really nice inside. I mean, they look like $1 million homes inside. Got an island kitchen and chandeliers hanging down in the kitchen and over the dining room table. And I mean, they're just unbelievable inside. And I said, what do you think about we just buy one of those and live in it? Because we don't need no permit and nothing. We can just put it on the property and be living in it tonight. Literally. We can tow it home tonight and be living in it tonight. And so she's kind of, giving that some thought, and we're trying to go look at one. I've been in them. She hasn't. So we're going to go to maybe one of the Camping World places or something, and that they have one, fully on display, so we can go in it and, literally feel what it's like to have, be in it. So, Jeff, that's not exactly camping. At the Wyndham Suites is that's my kind of camping for sure. So anyway, that's how this all got started. So we're looking at all these campers on Marketplace, and we went and looked at one, and it was, the guy wanted. It was about the same size as this thing. It's about 22, 24 foot. He wanted, I want to say it was at $6,800. And, of course, they tell you, oh, everything's great, everything works, blah, blah, blah. So we get there, and the steps that you get into the camper with are practically falling off the trailer. I mean, I'm not a light chicken, and I figure a half a dozen in and outs, and that it's going to rip right off the fucking trailer. So went inside, found 2 soft spots in the floor. He promised me there weren't any. Found 2. Oh, those are easy fixes, but yeah, look, I'm not looking for a project, okay? I'm not going to pay you $6,700, $6,800 for a project. I'm looking for something I can turnkey use. Okay, I got enough things to fix. I don't need to be fixing a camper, and I'm certainly not going to pay you $6,800 to fix a camper. So, we passed on that one. They're all $7,200, $12,000, $18,000. Prices are all over the board, yeah, exactly, Jeff. I mean, I got to rip the whole floor out, replace the whole floor. I could piecemeal it, but that's not the right way to fix it. That's the way he would probably fix it, But to do it right, yeah, you tear the floor out, you put a whole new floor in. And I'm just not interested in doing that right now. So this toy hauler, because it's, you can park a car inside of it. It's got a steel floor. I got underneath it. It's got all these big steel braces and a steel floor. It's not a wood floor. It's a steel floor. So now it might have a vinyl wood on top or something. I don't know what it looks like vinyl wood. It might be a vinyl covering. But there's no soft spots in the floor because it's a steel floor and it's not rusty underneath. It looks really good. So yeah, I don't see, other than maybe having to replace the fresh water tank, I don't see where I'm going to have to work on this much, if at all, really. I mean, it's more creature comforts, we were already talking about, just to kind of pretty it up, maybe changing the baseboard moldings from white to the wood grain color, the wood color, and just some piddly shit, no big deal. But the microwave works, which is all I need. It's got the stove is gas, and I probably won't use it. Actually, that's the one thing, because it's got its own built-in pilot light on it. It doesn't have all that, like the refrigerator. You got this big mechanism that you have to heat, the Freon in the pipe, and it goes through an exchanger to turn it into cold to make the refrigerator work. And I don't want to be bothered with that. I've got a generator. I'll just plug it in electric. I don't want to mess with the gas. And then the same thing with the hot water. It's the same process. There's a pilot light, so yeah. So Philip, what's up? How you doing, man? So yeah, everything works electrically, so we'll run almost everything on electric. Most anything we're going to cook, we'll cook in the microwave, or I'll bring my toaster oven with me. We'll have it on the counter, and I'll cook it in the toaster oven. So that's where I cook my steaks and stuff. Like a few years ago at Bigfoot, I was cooking my steaks for dinner in my toaster oven, and that works fine. So yeah, not a big deal. So if the water, the only hang up right now is the freshwater tank. I got to find out if it actually is leaking or it just overfilled and was purging. I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow, and that'll pretty much tell me whether or not I'm taking it to Bigfoot or not, because there's no way I'm going to get that tank fixed. I would leave here probably very early Thursday morning to get there Thursday afternoon. There's no way I'm going to get a freshwater tank installed by then, so that's out of the question. So if the tank's not going to work, then there's probably no way I'm going to Bigfoot, because it's just too. I don't know. It's such a long drive. After 2 days of 10, 12 hours the first day, and then I think we were close to 18 hours. Well, I think we're close to 21 hours. This morning, when I got in at 8:30, I think that was 21 hours. I'm just kind of spent. Lyndon, I'm a firm believer that you don't fly any of these airplanes without balancing the prop, and I'm going to tell you why. The vibration coming off the prop, if it's not balanced, not only shakes your airframe apart, but it shakes the electronics in your compute, your receiver and everything. Does it work? Absolutely. A lot of the guys on here don't balance their props, and they have what they have. I don't do it. If I can't balance my prop, I'm not flying it. I'm just not going to go there. Flight times increase. Everything's better when you balance the prop. So, would it be a problem? Probably not. But would I do it? No, I won't do it. A lot of these guys will do it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to balance my prop. Order it from. This is the one I got from Motion RC. I don't know if you can get Motion RC where you are. But, this is a very good prop balancer. I love this thing. And it's cheap. I think it's like $15, I think. And it'll balance big-ass props. I mean, you've got this much, room here. So, this is the prop off the Carbon ZT-28. Okay? And it's a big airplane. It's got a pretty big prop. And this has no problem. We're not even close to, I've got another 2 inches on this prop, which would be a total of 4 inches total of the size of the prop, an extra 2 inches. So, I would not personally. I would not fly it till you balance props. I'm sure you have other airplanes to fly. I know you're excited and you want to fly it, but vibrating the two guys at my flying field, I told them not to fly that plane until they balanced the props, because they were those lightweight 3D planes that are made out of carbon fiber, but they're just little teeny slivers of carbon fiber to keep it light but strong. And both those airplanes disintegrated in flight because they didn't balance the prop, and the prop just shook the planes apart. And right mid-flight, the whole nose blew off the airplane. So, I'm not a fan of that. I balance my props. That's all there is to it. I don't, on a very, very, very rare occasion, if I don't have time to balance it, I'm going to throttle it up to see how much vibration I get, and if it's tolerable, I think, to fly it, I might take it flying. But if it's got a good vibration to it, it ain't going in the air. We'll wait. So that's the best I can tell you. Other guys will tell you, I never balance my props. It's fine. Those particular people have a lot of crashes. Now, is it the prop balancing the problem, shaking the airframe apart or not? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just making an observation here. That's all. So anyway, yeah. So all these things we've looked at and the big ass prices and everything. I paid $4,000 for this car, the toy hauler. Like I said, everything works, and it tows down the road fine, and it's got an electric jack on the front, for lifting it up off the truck or whatever, and everything works. So I think I did pretty good. I really like it for the $4,000. I think I did pretty good. Pencil and tape. Okay. There's Mike Bear's Sky Prancer exploded in flight. Yep. Yeah, and it's very roomy, David. If we can all listen with the benches down, we can probably get, six people on the benches, and then there's plenty of room for folding chairs, so we can put 10, 12 people in there comfortably in the air conditioning and hang out. It's got that much room in it because of, you can put a car in the back of it. That's why I bought it. I decided that this would be way more, it's not near as luxurious as some of the other ones, but it's got way more practicality, especially for me. I've got motorcycles, I've got, all kinds of stuff that, I can haul in this thing that I couldn't haul in a regular camper. Plus big airplanes. With these big beds in there, it's plenty of room to put airplanes in there comfortably, reliably, damage-free. So yeah, this just made way more sense for me than a pretty luxury and yeah, exactly, the party place. And we can do, if it's raining, we'll all go inside the camper and hanger fly in the hauler, the hanger hauler. Hanger 51 hauler. So yeah, it's it just served way more purpose being a hauler the way it is than a regular camper motorhome. So we looked at one, what they call a bunkhouse. Okay, so that's got bunk beds either inside a room or there's you skate. They got like a 45 entrance into these bunks that you can crawl into, and that's just not very practical. I couldn't even really get airplanes in there. Some small ones, UMX maybe, but the way they're set up in that situation, the bunkhouse, you're not going to be able to put airplanes in there. So where am I going to put all my airplanes if we go flying with that thing? And it just, the more I thought about it, and this thing came available, and I'm like, this is way more smarter, and cheaper. And it's in really good shape, so I don't have to reupholster anything, or it's just petty little, other than the fresh water tank, and I don't know that it's bad yet. I'll find out. Everything else is just cosmetic petty crap. Nothing, everything works. I mean, it's now it's just a matter of do I want to upgrade, and I am going to mount a television in it, like I did in my other camper. We're gonna put a bigger TV in it, so we'll still be able to have movie night if we do that. But now we can have movie night inside the camper or outside the camper, depending on weather. Because it's going to be at the very back, so it'll either be at the very back pointed outward, or we'll put the gate up and have it inside pointing in, and then we can seat 6 people on the benches and put a couple rows of folding chairs and movie night inside the camper. So we could add a detachable dance pole. Why detachable? Let's just put it in there. Permanent. Sounds like a winner to me. David, how come you guys can't make it to Bigfoot? What's going on? You see, that was one of the reasons I was gonna go. Now you're not going, boy. That's a shot in the arm right there, dude. You know, I wanted to see you too. If you're not going, man, there's really no other reason for me to go. I know you think I'm kidding, but I'm really not. You know, what the hell happened? How come you're not going? Oh my God! Look who's here! Foamy Homie's here. David yourself. Oh my God! How you doing, David? She can't get off work. I'll just tell her Colin's sick and tell him to bite me. What are they gonna do? Fire her? Christ, they couldn't do without her. David's gonna be at Bigfoot. You gonna have a pile of airplanes to sell again? Wild Bill, you still here? Yeah, David's bringing his own flea market to the event. You know, it's going to be a one-man flea market. He's doing good, Lyndon. I don't make it into the Zooms, but apparently he's been in the Zooms quite a bit. And you know, he's doing fine. I guess he's going to be at Bigfoot. So, from what they tell me, anyway. I don't see Wild Bill responding. I guess he's either tending to the grandchild or fell asleep. I don't know. He was here momentarily and now he's gone. So you need a prop nut. Oh yeah? Well, you're half there. You got the nut. You just need a prop now. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you guys. So, how is how's the audio tonight? Are we watching a Godzilla movie again, or is everything synced up?
scratch I have on the bumpers when I try to get out of the power. Because
Okay, so here, this is weird. You're not going to believe this. So the external camera I had plugged directly into the laptop, into one of the USB ports direct, and we were having all those issues with, you know, the lip sync ups, you know, and the sound wasn't good, and so when I was doing my video for the trailer, I was having similar issues. You know, the recordings weren't working right, and the audio on the laptop camera is horrible. I don't care which way you use it. It's just horrible. It's unusable. So I finally unplugged the camera out of the laptop directly and plugged it into the USB hub that also doubles as my internet connection. And it's working 10 times better that way through the hub that's doing multiple tasking at the same time instead of the direct port right into the laptop. Figure that one out. I would have absolutely figured that it would be better plugged directly to the laptop than in the hub that's handling several different things. But no, apparently it likes the hub better. So that's what I did tonight to try to make this better, and it seems to work. So go figure. Yeah, Shadow says Dave's doing fine. He still hasn't called me. We've chatted a couple times, but he won't. I don't know why he doesn't want to talk to me on the phone, but you know, I know he's not mad at me because I asked him and he just laughed. He said, "No, dude, why would I be mad at you?" And I'm like, "I don't know. You won't talk to me." You know, he's just laughing. So yeah, he's not mad at me, but I can't get him on the phone. But yeah, he's fine. He's doing good. I don't know anything more than that. I don't know if he's doing any flying or what he's into right now. I really don't know. But you know, I guess health wise he's good. I guess the treatments did the trick, and he's good. So of course, you know, that's just what he's telling us. Who knows, you know. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, he's doing all right, for the best I know. He's watching the Bama game? Oh, no kidding. Oh, okay. I was watching a little bit of, well, I don't think it was Alabama, but it was college ball. It was on at the restaurant last night when I stopped at Texas Roadhouse after not buying that car. And they had the football game on there. It was Florida against Cardinals. St. Louis Cardinal, is that a college team? I don't know. Football team? I know it was a baseball team before. I don't know what, but anyway, yeah, that was on the TV last night. So I guess that's what's being watched right now these days. Um, all right, let me see. What else? What else is new and exciting? Never heard of him. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you're making pasta sauce. Oh, there you go. So let's see what else is going on at Hangar 51 right now. But painting airplanes. If the paint's dry, we might put my F-16 together tonight. We can unbox. We have not unboxed the P-47 yet, so we can do that. I was clear coating this. I don't know what happened here. It looks like the paint wasn't fully dried, and it pulled some of the foam off the box that it was drying on. I don't know how that happened because this side was dry when I flipped it over to paint for days, but that's what it looks like. So I've got this little defect now. Let me, oh, I know where I'm going to go. Yeah. So right there on the top of the, you see that little white, almost rectangular, dotty, that's the white foam stuck to the orange that came off the box. I don't know why it did that. So I don't know if I'm going to try to take that off of there, which will probably just make it worse, or just leave it alone. I think this is the same orange color that's on my Carbon Z T28, or not the Carbon Z, the my RV8. So I could, I guess I could mess with it and then repaint that little section. I don't know. I don't know how that happened though, because I know that was plenty dry when I flipped it over. I've been letting this stuff dry for days before I even touch it. So the F-16's only been drying for about 4 hours now. The last part, which is the bottom of the elevators, the right side of the rudder. I had already painted the left side. The right side of the rudder and the top of the fuselage is what's drying right now. Everything else is done. The wings are right here. They're done. Kind of shiny. I got a little shine to them now. So yeah, the wings are done. I think I have to finish on tape and hang on. Let me put this back up here. I taped off the light, so let me pull that tape off. So yeah, I'm kind of anxious to put this together, but not enough to screw up the paint job. So if I don't feel like the paint's dry enough, I'm not going to do it. But we can unbox the P-47. I honestly have been dying to get that out of the box because I don't even know if I've seen one of those in person, to be honest with you. I think I might have saw one once, but I didn't like go pick it up or take a really good look at it. And I'm kind of anxious to see that plane. So I think we're going to cut to that here in a second. If I can get this tape started here, pulling off of here. There we go. There we go. Now I got it. So, I really didn't like... You see how these lights are sticking up off the... off the flat part of the wing. The clear lenses are, sticking up. And at first I really didn't like that. because I thought it looked kind of goofy. It's not that noticeable. They're clear. But boy, they light up much better. When the light reflects inside this prism, you really get a lot of light out of it. So it does do the job, which is, creates a better light than without that. So not a big deal. Nothing I was going to change or anything, but just my initial reaction when I took it out of the box, the first one, the other one I put together, I was like, what the hell's going on here? I don't really like that. I don't think I like that. But then when I plugged it in and it lit up, I was like, oh, wow. Those really shine. So the lights show up a lot better with those. So there's some more shiny coat on here. I am not as crazy about this. Trying to get the stars and bars there. Yeah, you can see the shine on it. I still think I like the Minwex better. This is that polyurethane from I don't know. I forget the brand name now. AVANTI-S or something. Because the Home Depot quit carrying Minwex and they're carrying this now. It seems to be working okay. Time will tell. We'll see how this wears. As far as me handling the plane and all that. But it goes on weird, and of course it dries weird. So when you lay it on, you don't want to lay it on until it's smooth. That's way too much. You lay it on, in a coat, and it's all like prickly looking. It's like little dots. It doesn't look like it's a smooth coat of paint. It doesn't go on that way. But as it dries, it melts down into a smooth coat of paint. And I'm just not used to that. It's kind of, it makes me nervous, because you just, so I got a couple runs because I overdid it because I was trying to get it smooth, and, the first coat was one of these wings. I was like, okay, well that didn't work worth a crap. So then I stopped doing that, but, the end result's pretty decent. I don't hate it, but I think I like the Minwex better. So I think I'm going to, I think once I get done with this can of this stuff, I'm going to probably go whoever's selling Minwex. If I have to go to Lowe's or Ace Hardware or wherever I have to go to get the Minwex, I think I'm going to go back to the Minwex because I don't. I just have a hard time. Again, the end result seems fine, but I have a hard time dealing with painting it. It just seems weird. Not overly crazy about the way it goes on. It's kind of odd. I'm confused. What am I missing here? What's Yellow Belly? Craig Beaven, what's up? Good to see you, man. I backed up. I see where you popped in. Yeah, I don't know what Yellow Belly is. I'm not a college football guy. If that's what that's about, I have no idea. JCB, what's up? I see you in here. Who else did I miss? Anybody else? I think I got everybody. Oh, Michael Bear. Hey, are you still here? Ali Oxenfree. Where are you, Michael? Are they live streaming right now, Philip? Okay, so you wanted to know what, and I meant to tell you, I forgot to get back to you on that, but you wanted to know what ceramic coating I'm using. I'm using this stuff from Avalon King. Hang on. Okay. Let me get out of the light there. Avalon King. If you go to a show on YouTube called Legit Streetcars. Alex, that's his show, and he's got a discount code, I believe. So go watch one of his videos or look in his comment, his information section, and I think there's a discount code for this stuff through his channel. So go to his channel. It's called Legit Streetcars, and go watch. You can type in, ceramic coating, and I'm sure he's done a couple of shows where he mentions that in his search, and then you can go there and watch him apply it and talk about it, and then he'll give you the discount code on the screen, and you could probably find it in the thing, and then you can order some. I don't know much about it. I mean, I've applied it on my Daytona, and it applied fine. It looks good, but I can't say that it's doing anything more than any of the other products waxes and stuff I use on my car. I didn't notice any super change. It did black out, or I should say it made the vinyl decals, the hood decal and the quarter panel decals and the trunk decal, the black decals. It made them more even, or the shine or the reflectivity. It smoothed that out, so they look really, like before there were scuffs, like in parts of it wasn't. It just seemed like it was uneven, and it evened it out. It definitely made the vinyl look better, putting a coat of that over it. So, but yeah, that's the one I have used so far. I also have this Avalon. It came with this quick detailer, Avalon King quick detailer, and then I also have ceramic coating quick detailer from Sick Week. Tom Bailey has his own product now, and I haven't tried that yet. I'm going to try that on some of my other cars too. So I'm going to try that. And I'll talk about when I know more. I'll tell you more. I don't have enough information yet. It's all pretty new to me. This ceramic coating stuff. So when I have more information about the use of it and stuff, I'll pass that on to you. I'll let you know. But so far, it goes on easy. It seems too easy, honestly. I just can't. You wipe it on, you wipe it off, and I'm like, am I really? When you wax a car, you get more of a satisfaction that it did something, because the wax turns to a, I don't want to say a powder, but you get a dried area, you can tell, and then you wipe it off, so you've done it, and you don't get that with this. It doesn't really give you a visual feedback that okay, it's time to wipe it off now. It doesn't change. So, you're supposed to wait 60 seconds and then wipe it off. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, and then you wipe it off. And I I'm not saying it doesn't work or anything. I'm just saying that it's just different. It's hard to tell that you're actually doing anything. So, am I gonna? I almost did tonight, Michael. I was seriously debating of running the camera out there. Get my live feed all hooked up in there. Yeah, wax on, wax on. So I was getting ready to hook it all up and go live from the camper, and because I know you guys would like that. So I almost did it tonight, but I decided one of my guys wanted me to review the camper, so I decided I was going to do the review tonight and put that up before the show, so that you guys could ask me questions in the show about it. So next time. So yeah, I probably will. Maybe next week. Well, next week I'll be in. I might be at Bigfoot, and so maybe we'll go live from the Bigfoot show. If I go there, then maybe I'll do the show live from inside the camper, and you guys can be my guests. We'll set the camera up like the talk show, and I'll put some kind of a cardboard desk in front of me, and you guys will be sitting on the couch, and we'll and we'll do it that way. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure something out. But yeah, there you go, Jeff. I could paint one wall green, and then I'd have my green screen. Yeah, that's not that. Hell, that's not a bad idea actually, because if I painted the gate green, then when I'm using the green screen, all I could do is put the gate up, and then with the gate down, I could cover the green screen if I wanted to by dropping the vinyl roll up, windows. So that might work pretty good. I'll have to give that some thought. Painting the gate green might not be a bad idea. That might work. Lynn, it's in Alabama. Birmingham. That's where Bigfoot is. In Birmingham, Alabama. It's a beautiful field, good facilities, great people. Scott Suttles is the president of the club. He's pretty much the owner of the club now. I mean, before he came along, the club was pretty much nothing. Nobody wanted to do anything. They weren't organized. And then Scott took over and just changed the whole thing. And so yeah, he's got a real passion for the club and the whole thing, and he's just super. He's a super great guy. And then everybody up there, Garrett's dad, the Godfather, Garrett himself, just everybody up there, great bunch of people. I told Scott that I was considering for a while there of moving up there. And that's still a remote possibility. We'll see. It might come to that. I don't know yet. Nothing even in the works. It's nothing more than a thought right now. Okay, there's nothing going on that would lead me to go there. It's just a thought. It's more what's going on here than what's going on there is the reason I might go there. Because if I have to move, again, I don't have to move. There's nothing going on in my property or anything like that. But there's a lot of building going on my road now. They're putting in these giant subdivisions. And they're at the other end of the road, but the road's 10 miles long, and it's at the other end. And, it doesn't affect me. I don't get up and go to work at, 8 o'clock in the morning. And one of the biggest development they're making is a 55 and older. So most of those people are going to be retired anyway. So that's not going to add a lot of traffic in the morning going to work or any of that. And I don't have that problem anyway because I don't work. But it just might get a little too congested here. There used to be nothing on this road. And now all of a sudden, all these the builders are buying all the land that wasn't developed and developing it. And this 55 and older community that's going up is going to be enormous. I mean, it's freaking huge. And I don't know. I mean, they've only built a few houses so far. There's another one that's not 55 and older right at the end of the road, at the far end. And that one's going up pretty fast. I mean, it's going to be condos, I guess, or apartments, because they're building them all at the same time. It's not like build a house and wait for it to sell and then build, that kind of stuff. No, the whole thing is in wide open, full blown being built at the same time. So it looks like it's going to be apartments or condos or something. So I'm a little leery about what's going to happen with that. But anyway, yeah, just to let you know, they would talk. When I first bought the property 11 years ago, I got a letter from an attorney that wanted to represent me in my land holdings for eminent domain because they were talking about widening the road. Well, I've never heard anything from the county or anybody about not wanting my land to widen the road. But I got an inkling. As soon as I moved in, I got this packet from a lawyer about eminent domain that they're going to take my property to widen the road. But that's all I've ever heard. It's never heard. Now, they've been doing all this work on the road out front, but they're doing it on the opposite side. So if they're going to widen the road, I think they're going to widen it that way. They're going to take those people's property, not mine. I don't think they're going to widen my side of the road. There's a couple reasons I say that. One, there's an S-curve at the end of the road that if they widen it that way, they take the S-curve out. You know, it straightens the road out. And they always try to do that when they can. You know, they like to take those turns out of the roads and straighten them up. So if they widen it that way, that'll straighten up the road. If they bring it over here, it's going to make the S-turn worse. So I don't think they're going to, you know, and all the developing they're doing is on that side of the road. They've been putting new water lines in, new electrical lines in. You know, they're putting all that on the other side of the road. So, because that most of that side of the road is undeveloped or they own it. Like, it's a school right across the street from me, so that's already the county's property. So they don't need any permission to do that. And the property next to it has somebody living on it. And then there's another one, and then the rest of it is undeveloped all the way to the corner. So they can easily, you know, eminent domain that land, whether it belongs to somebody or not. It's undeveloped. So, and then going the other way, same thing. There's only a couple of houses, and then there's a post office, and there's a automotive garage, but there's not a lot of individual housing on that side of the road. It's all on this side. There's a shitload of, you know, after the church that's next to me, there's a big open field for cattle. And then there's house after house after house after house after house after that, and the rest of the way up the road. You know, on this side, the other side it's hit or miss. So it's going to be a lot easier to acquire the land on the other side than this side. There's a lot more people to have to deal with. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't. Nothing that's going to happen overnight, and I'm not worried. But just thinking ahead, you know. If I have to move, where would I move? Where would I go? So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I already picked out a piece of land closer to the flying field here, staying in Florida. I don't know if it's still available or not. I haven't checked it recently, but it was a couple years ago. I found this undeveloped piece of land, and it's in the middle of... There's property surrounding it, so it's in the middle of all this property. So, obviously... There's an easement so I can get to it, and you know, it's all trees, you know. So I'd have to go in there and cut trees down, and then I'd put a trailer on the property. So that's a possibility. There's lots of land down here. Christ, I could find land all over the place. There's tons of land down here. Yeah, it's definitely cheaper to live down here, guys. I can tell you that. Everything, property taxes, everything. It's just that's why I moved here. You know, I moved here for the weather, but the fact that the taxes were definitely a consideration. If it was harder to live here, I wouldn't have moved to Florida. If it was, you know, if the taxes were cheaper somewhere else, like in Alabama, I would have gone there. But yeah, it was just everything was right down here. It's weather, taxes, everything. It's just, you know, it's cheap to live down here. Yeah, right now, they did this once before, the open carry thing, and it backfired miserably. It was probably about 20 years ago. They did the open carry thing, and what happened was literally every redneck down here had a holster with a gun in it. Every pickup truck had a gun rack in the back with shotguns in the rack. It went overnight. There were guns everywhere, and they were like, "Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh!" And they immediately rescinded it. So it was only in effect for 30 days. At the end of the month, the next month started, it was gone. The open carry was gone. So it lasted for 30 days, and it was gone. And now they brought it back again. And I haven't heard anything on the news. Of course, I don't watch the news, so I don't know. But yeah, I have a feeling they'll rescind it again, because these idiots down here, they want to walk into a grocery store, and everybody's got signs up now. No weapons allowed. So you can open carry, but if the establishment you're going in doesn't want it, then you can't bring it in there. They can govern their own property. Just because the law says you can carry doesn't mean you can carry it into somebody else's property just because you have a open carry permit. That's not how it works. So all the businesses have signs up, no weapons allowed. So boom, there goes your open carry. Yeah, you can get a concealed carry too. I mean, it's like Jeff says, it's easy to get. So Deb has one. She went to a gun class and got her carry permit, so she can carry a gun. It's, I don't know. That's not a problem. The concealed, because if you have a concealed weapon permit and you get caught, they can see your gun. You're in trouble. You have to conceal it. That's the reason you're carrying it concealed. If you unconceal it, then you're in trouble. So and now it's open carry, so now you can you don't have to conceal it, and that's when everybody goes bananas. Because everybody's walking around with a gun now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shirt and shoes required is pretty standard down here too. Um, well, that's just it, Philip, and I don't understand how the politicians don't understand when they're trying to govern guns. Who are they trying to stop the guns from? The criminals? They don't buy their guns legally anyway. So making laws against purchasing guns doesn't stop the criminal. They don't follow the law. All you're doing is taking it out of, law-abiding citizens. Like, you're taking those privileges away from us. You're not taking it away from the criminal because they don't care. They're not following the law in the first place. And they don't understand that. They want to make these damn laws thinking it's going to stop the criminals. No, it's not. They don't. They're buying guns in a back alley somewhere. They're not going through conventional, So it's just so stupid that they can't figure that out. I just don't understand how they could be so stupid. But apparently, you don't have to have brains to be a politician. So anyway, yeah, I don't understand it myself. It never made sense to me. So I don't know, just stupidity. But you know, and I'm not going to say I'm a Republican because I don't go by any. I just know what I know and like what I like. I'm not going to put a label on me that I'm anything. I'm just a guy that has his own, beliefs, and whichever party seems to follow it is whatever. I don't care. Politics is the last thing I want to talk about. Period. I've never talked about politics. I don't want to talk about politics. Everybody's got an opinion, just like everybody's got an asshole, and they all stink. So, and that's where I'm going to leave that. Let's get the P-47 box and open it. That'll give the P-16 or the F-16 more time to dry, if it needs any more time to dry. I haven't looked, but that'll give you a few more minutes or whatever. Right, exactly. Yeah, shoes and shirts are required, but pants are optional, I guess. So I guess you could go in there pantsless. Hey, I got a shirt and shoes on. What are you talking about? So, yeah, so let's open the P-47 because I really want to see it. So let me go grab that. I'm going to touch on that one more time here, though. That polyurethane I'm using, it goes a long way. Oh my God! I mean, you know, I've completely painted the F-16. I've painted half of the extra 330, and I don't. It feels like the can's still full. So, you know, you really get a lot of coverage out of one can of that stuff. So I'll say that about it. Oh, I thought they were had a ceasefire on that crap. You mean that's still going on, that stupid war? I don't see any YouTube videos anymore about it. I used to, you know, every day there was a YouTube video popping up with Ukraine did this, Russia fell here, you know, Russia lost more of this, you know, and I don't see any of that anymore. I completely had forgotten about that going on. I don't see any more posts about, you know, what's going on in that war. So, yeah, that's weird. So what war was Trump celebrating that he got a ceasefire signed? Was that the Iran Iraq? Is that the two that Iran and Iraq war? Is that over now, or is that still going on? I don't pay any attention to that shit, guys. I have no clue. No clue. Zero. You know, I just don't follow that crap. You know, life's tough enough just following your own crap. I don't need to watch everybody else's crap. Oh, here's some more pieces of the F-16. I painted the ventral fins. So they're painted, both of them. So yeah, everything's painted on the F-16. The only thing left to paint, and I'm not sure I'm gonna paint it, would be the. That's not painted. I guess I missed that. So this side of the this ventral fin is not painted. I got to paint that. I forgot what I was gonna say. What was I going to say? Oh, I didn't paint the hatch on the F-16 because I have to tape off the canopy. But the hatch is plastic anyway, so I'm not sure I'm going to paint it. The jury's still on that, you know, because it's a plastic hatch with a white plastic. So it already has a semi-sheen to it anyway, and then the canopy is clear, and I don't think it's going to do any good. It certainly isn't going to add any protection to put, like it does over the foam, to put a clear coat on top of the plastic canopy, so, you know, or the battery hatch. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet. I may paint it, I may not. If I paint it, of course, I have to tape off the canopy, but... You know, that's the only thing that did not get painted. And this one ventral fin now. That I thought I was done. But I missed this. So I got to spray this. So I was holding off on starting to paint the Carbon Z T28. Because I didn't want to start it if I wasn't going to have enough paint. To finish it. But it looks like I do. You know, this, like I said, this can is just going forever. So I think I have enough paint to paint the Carbon Z. So... I may start that tonight. I might start clearing that. Yeah, I'm going to get it right now, Michael. It's a matter of fact, it's just right outside the door right here. It's right here. So I'm only going to be gone a second. It's right here. Got too many airplanes open right now. I got no room. And I got to clear coat the Husky too. I got to finish clear coating the extra, and I got to clear coat the Husky and the Carbon Z. So I did put the decals on the rudder on the Carbon Z. So you know the Aero and the CZ's on there now. So I did that because I was going to start clearing it, and then I realized, hold on a minute. You know, I got two airplanes right now I'm clearing. How far is that can of paint going to go? So I better hold off until I know. Yeah, well, I don't have any bloody room inside the office part of the hangar because I have too many damn airplanes in here right now. You know, and we're nowhere near set up the way it's going to be set up. This is all just hodgepodge together right now. When it's finished, this area I'm working on right now is going to be probably a 16-foot by 8 or 10-foot wide table, workbench, one big gigantic workbench, and it'll be covered with airplanes. You know, sitting on their landing gear that we'll either work on or whatever. So yeah, it's going to be very different when I finally get the couch out of here and these fold-up tables out of here. These two desks are probably going to be under the big workbench. You know, I'm probably just going to put these desks underneath so I can use the drawers for storage. And then I'm going to put, the plan was to buy a couple of toolboxes and put them underneath there so that I have more drawers for storage. So that's the plan. But that's not what's going on right now. You know, airplanes are just one part of my life, you know. I've got a bunch of cars I'm fixing, and I've got a man cave I'm building, and yeah, so airplanes are not even priority one right now. So that's why I don't have any bloody room. You know, I got too many things going on at the same time. I can't get the knife to go straight here. There we go. Jeff in Laurel, Alabama, you have or had this airplane, didn't you? The P-47 Tornado. Am I remembering that right? Didn't you have this plane, or do you still have it? I thought I remember you having this plane. Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm gonna be pulling the prop out of here, so we'll get balancing on that too. You know, obviously my so here's all right, guys. Here's you brought it up. We're gonna do a pop balancing school here. Okay, so it's balanced. Look at you. It's just sits. It's gonna just kind of flop right here a little bit. All right, now it's gonna go back the other way. Watch. There it goes. Now it's going back the other way. Okay. So this prop is almost balanced. You know, you're out to say, well, it's balanced. That's good. No, it's not, because watch this. If I flip it like this, now watch what happens. Just keep watching. So who can tell me why it's doing this? What happened? What's going on? Why is it doing that? Huh? What happened there? Riveting. Yep, Michael Bear, you took the words right out of my... Or Mike Bird, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, it's riveting. Yeah. So why did it do that? What's wrong? What happened? Sometimes these things are so frickin' hard to get out of the damn shipping box. Pain in the ass. Air movement. Nope, that's not it. Good guess. Nope, not that. It's balancing itself now, right? But it's balancing itself upside down. What happened? Rotation of the Earth. It's in phase with the moon. No, that's not it. I love that answer, though. That's good, Jeff. I love that answer. That's good. Come on, I've talked about this on the show before. You guys have been here. You know, what's wrong? What's going on? It's a Jedi mind trick. Yeah, this is not the prop you're looking for. Okay, so what's going on, guys, is it's large silent fart. Yeah, that's it. To balance a prop correctly, you're not just balancing the blades. You're balancing the hub. And this one, the hub is out of balance. Okay, this side of the hub on the bottom here is heavier than this side of the hub. So when I flip the prop over this way, it doesn't stay here. It flips over. Because this hub is heavier on this side. Now, is that bad enough that I'm going to fix it on this one? No. But I've had some that have been really bad. Where I had to like drill holes, you know, or even cut it off. You know, if it's going to be hidden behind a spinner, hell, I'll just whack it off until I get it balanced. But this one, you know, see, it spun itself over again, and now it's going to go back, and it's going to level again with this side of the hub down. Because it's out of balance by the hub, not by the blades. Yeah. Yep. Oh no, hub balance issue. Yeah. So that's what's going on there. Now this one's so close that I'm good with it. It's balanced. That much hub I don't think would show up anyway. You know, because you know, it's at the center of the shaft. And so that's the least amount of area that's going to get translated into vibration. The closer to the hub, the least it has effect. But I had one, I think it was the Yak 11 prop. Oh my God, that thing was so... Oh, you know which one's even worse? The FMS, the giant de Havilland Beaver. The prop that comes on that airplane is the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. And I love FMS, but that prop that comes out of the mold is so out of balance. It's one of the worst props I've ever seen. You know, it'd be better off just to throw that prop away and buy a Carbon Z prop and balance it and put that on it. Because the prop that comes on it's horrible. Took forever to balance that son of a bitch. It was so it was out of balance on the hub, and I whacked so much. I almost had a concave on that side of the hub to the rounded on the other because I had to whack so much material off the other side of the hub. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I think that's the worst prop I've ever owned of any of the airplanes I've ever gotten. And you're not going to believe this. The best prop I've ever gotten came from Dynam. Of all companies to have the best prop I've ever gotten from any airplane ever was a Dynam airplane. The prop come out absolutely perfect. Right out of the box. It was balanced. I've never had that before. It was a 3-bladed prop, too. And it was absolutely perfect. I couldn't believe it. Put it on the balancer. I mean, I kept unmounting it and remounting it again and again and again. You know, and it didn't matter how I mounted it. It was balanced every fucking time. I was like, oh my god. So, yeah, I was just dumbfounded that I got a perfect prop out from Dynam. Of all the companies out there, you know, Dynam's not known for their best quality. Don't get me wrong, I like Dynam airplanes. I have a bunch of them, but you know, they're just not known for being the best quality airplane. And yet, the best prop I've ever owned came from Dynam. So I think that's funny myself. Alright, what did I just do with the damn razor blade? What the hell happened to that? I just had it in my hand. Did you guys see where I put my X-Acto knife? Well, here's the other one. Yeah, what the hell did I do with that damn thing? Huh. I don't know where that went. Yeah, you know, CRS. You know, you get old, you get that CRS. Alright. So we got the ever popular instruction manual in 4 different languages. Right there, in a plastic bag. Nice. Put that up there. You're so poor you use Temu props. Didn't I buy a box? Actually, I didn't buy them. I got a big box of props. Yeah, it's. I think it's right here actually. Yeah, I got a box of landing gear and push rods. The push rods and shit are in the box right there. I don't think. Hang on a minute. I don't think the props are in there. Let me look. Yeah, this is full of landing gear. All kinds of just random landing gear. There's a carbon fiber leg with wheels, and here's a tail wheel or something. Here's a CG balancer, half of one. I don't know where the other half is. But yeah, all kinds of, you know, aluminum, bent aluminum landing gear. There's another one. There's another one. Yeah, this whole box is full of landing gear. All different. Yeah, the props aren't in. And then I've got push rods. You know, the steel part and the nylon part. Yeah, that's pretty much what's in here. And then I've got another box that's full of wheels, just wheels. And then there was a box of props. I don't know where the box of props is at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure where the props are. Yeah. I thought it was still sitting here, but I don't see it. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the guys called me today from the flying field. Hey, you got a nose gear for a T-28 FMS 1400 size T-28? And I'm like, I might. You know, I might. I think I might have one. I haven't looked for it yet, but yeah, I might have one. So, yeah, that's a good company. Actually, the China CNHL. Those are good batteries. Huh. What are those batteries I just bought that were? Yeah, there's a couple of, I like the HRB reds, but I haven't bought any small batteries of those, so I can't say for those for sure. Um, the Hobby King nano batteries, those dark blue packs that say nano technology on them. I've had very good success with those batteries, all sizes. 6 cell, 3 cell, 4 cell. I mean, those have just been really good batteries for me. I really like the nanotech batteries from Hobby King. I don't think they're the best as far as overall, but they seem to be reliable and they last a long time. They don't puff. They don't. And if they do puff a little, when they cool off, they retract back in. They don't stay puffed. I don't know what's different about the. Yeah, it's a Turnigy, but it says on it nanotech. It's a dark blue wrap that says nanotech on it. It's not the HD heavy duty. It's not the standard light blue Turnigy. No, these are dark blue and they say nanotech on them. And I've had very good luck with those batteries over the years. I've got some batteries here that are probably 10 years old and they still work. They're still good. So I don't know exactly what's different about them, how they're built or whatever. But boy, they seem to be pretty damn good. Yeah, so Juno knows he's got them. I wish I had one right here I could show you. I'll go get one. Let me get this. We'll unbox the P-47 and then I'll go get you some nanotech batteries. We got a pile of them out in the truck. I just bought a whole. Yeah, SMCs. Those are good batteries too. That's not a bad one. Wiggs, what's up? How you doing, man? So all right. So here's the first look at the 47 in the box. All right. So this is what it looks like. It looks like I think the wing's one piece. Let me look here. Pull the bombs out. Yeah. So the wing is one piece. It's not two halves. It's a one-piece wing. So that's different, especially for a 12 or 13. What size is this thing? 1.2. Yeah, so a 1.2 airplane with a one-piece wing. Not bad. That's interesting. We've got a couple bombs here with some scale-looking mounting brackets. I like that. That's something they never did before. There's a lot of companies are doing this now. They're actually adding the detail that would hold a bomb to the airplane. And they're not just hanging the thing on the airplane. They're actually putting the detail on it now to make it look like it's actually mounted to the plane on a what they call a pylon. So yeah, I like this. The first company I ever saw do this was when I bought my very first Old Crow from Motion RC. It had this rigging on it to make it look like a real bomb. That was the first time I'd seen it on an airplane. So yeah, so those are kind of cool. Got some detail on the bombs. I'll put those back in here. And then we got a bag of goodies here. So there's two round stars. We have no idea where those go. The guns, you have to glue the whole gun thing to the front of the wing. I don't know if I'll put those on or not. I'm not a fan of that stuff. When the guns stick out like they do on a P-47, they get knocked off, they get broke, they get banged into other airplanes. I'll tell you where most of the damage happens is putting them in my airplane racks to bring them to the field. It slides all the way down to the bottom, and the uprights usually end up where the guns are. So the first, I think it was the P-40. Yeah, I think one of the guns broke off the P-40 the first time I put it in the rack. By the time I got to the flying field, the one gun was already broke. And I'm like, well, that's so much for that. So here's the prop nut, which is a solid hunk of aluminum. It's not a plastic, with a insert in it. This is heavy. So I guess they need that for CG. Usually when they make one heavy like this, is they need to get more weight on the nose of the plane, and this is as far out on the nose as you can get. So it's a pretty heavy. It could be stainless steel. Actually, it's heavy enough that I bet this might be stainless steel. It's pretty damn heavy. So that's interesting. Here are the screws to hold the wing on, and whatever else has to be bolted on. There's only, what, 6 screws there? Maybe 7. Yeah, I think there's... Is that 4 or 5? No, that's only 4. 4 and 2. Yeah, so there's only 6. 6 screws, that's all it takes. Got the prop hub. I'm sure it's a one-piece prop. You're not building a prop. They just have a hub you put around it to make it look more scale. And then these are the guns that get glued to the front of the wing. These are the things I don't like. This kind of stuff here. The pitot tube. I love that FMS has put threads on their pitot tubes. You can thread it in and you put it on, and you thread it out, take it off. So if you're like me and you step over an airplane and end up stepping on the pitot tube and snapping it off, and gee, I wonder how many times I've done that. Yeah, that was a big, So if I'm at a scale event somewhere, I put it on the table, I screw the pitot tube on, and then when it's time to fly it, I'll probably fly it with the pitot tube on just for the event. But after the event, I'm going to take the pitot tube back off, for just day-to-day flying. It's coming off because I'm just going to poke it into another airplane or break it off or something. And it's more of a hindrance than it is, a scale, So this is standard P-47 with the way the guns are mounted in the wing. And this big long ass tube here is, you know, if I step over the airplane, I promise you, my belt, the lip of my pant leg is going to get caught. The cuff is going to get caught on that, and either drag the airplane down to the ground, or just snap that off, or snap this whole thing off the front of the wing, or, you know, it's a pain in the ass. So I generally leave that stuff off the airplane. But on this one, I have a feeling the wing will look like crap without that on there. So we'll see in a minute here. I suspect that's going to be what's going to happen there. Alright, so what in the hell is in here besides... So that's got to be a carbon fiber rod for the horizontal stabilizer. And that's all it's taped in. It's taped into here, but that's all it's on that piece of foam. That was holding the wing in. You know, that big block of foam was holding the wing in. Obviously, since the wing's one piece, any carbon fiber rod that had to be in the wing was inserted when they built the wing, when they injected the wing. You know, they put the carbon fiber rod in there and then injected the foam around it. Yeah, so here's the wing. Got your retracts. You got outer doors and outer, you know, strut covers. No inner doors. You know, not a deal breaker. The only P-47 I have with inner doors is my 1700, my FMS 1700 P-47. It has the inner doors and the outers, but that's I think that's the only one I have that has the inner doors. You know, everything else is like this: outer doors only, no inners. Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that, Mike Bird. You know, that the more expensive it is, the more stressful it is to fly it. Yeah, I understand that. You know, that the pucker factor goes up immensely. So this isn't too bad. So this area where these go in is not horrible looking without this on the wing. So, you know, you might you might be able to get away with it. It won't look too bad. It's not real noticeable, but not horrible. We've got some kind of imperfection going on right here. There's an impression, some wrinkling. It's probably not showing up on camera. Let me go here and look. Yeah, you can see it right here. It's showing up on camera. It's not bad. Nothing I'd send it back for, but you know, I'm just noticing that imperfection there. There's another one. Yeah, that's not really showing up. It's right here on this seam here, but it just looks like the seam on camera. You really can't tell. Yeah, just some minor stuff. Nothing exciting. Nothing I would reject the plane for. It's fine. The wingtips seem to be fine. No crushing. No compressions. There's a lot of there's a lot of what do they call that? Flashing that they didn't sand off before they painted it, and you know, that's just lazy. it would have taken 5 seconds to hit that with a piece of sandpaper and take that flashing off the edge before you painted it. And they didn't do that. So, again, nothing I would not, I would send it back for, but just observation, they could have done better. They usually do better. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I have. It's obvious that the lines that each airplane has have different people working them, because I generally notice big differences between. Perfect example. My FMS Corsair came with so much damage, so much flaws in the paint, in the assembly, in the making, and then the P-40 that came the same time was flawless. I don't think there was anything wrong with the P-40, and the Corsair had all kinds of problems. Coming both from FMS, same company, same size airplanes. Obviously, the people on those lines, they've got better people on the P-40 line that care about their work, and the people on the Corsair line don't give a shit about their work. So, and that just becomes more obvious. The more planes you buy, the more I see it anyway. Yeah, that a certain company, like for instance, my F7F when I bought it, was broken when they put it in the box. The guy that jammed it in the box broke it as he was jamming it in the box. So, obviously, I don't know if he still has a job, but here was a guy that's definitely in the wrong job. He doesn't give a crap. It's just get it in the box and get it out of here. So he broke the gear doors off the nose and off one of the nacelles. The nacelle was all tore up. Half the paint was missing off the nacelle. It was all dug up from, just bad handling. It had nothing to do with the shipper. This was just the way the guy put it in the box. So yeah, it was, just, people that don't care. Oh, Michael Bear, you are so full of shit. You don't have my money. You got 5 times the money I have. My God. So that's where that carbon fiber rod goes. There's a hole in the end of this right here. So the two halves come together. They are using that flat-sided plastic pin in the middle now. I'm so happy they did that. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day when, they would put the two halves of the elevator together with a metal rod, and it never stayed in sync together. The rod would always move around, and now they put this plastic thing where the two they plug into each other, and they can't move around. They can't get unsunk. They'll sink together, and they can't come unsunk. I love that. That was a great idea. Whoever thought that up, finally came up with a winner. Because these things plug together now, and that's it. There's no way these two can come apart. They are, the way that's designed, it's got a flat spot on it, so it can't move. So these are always going to stay sunk together. No matter what. And I love that. That's fantastic. Don't see any issues here. This looks good. Foam hinges. Standard foam hinges. Not a big fan of that. But it is what it is. If you don't smash it into your door frame or something trying to get it out to the car, the foam hinge will be fine. So when you smash it into something is when the foam hinge gives up. So, Alright, so the fuselage is big and round. What do we got over here? We've got weapons. We've got stores. We've got armament. So some kind of bazooka launcher here. You know, rocket launchers, 2 of those. And they're using the railing system. I believe FMS came up with this idea, this railing system. So you slide it on the rail onto the rail, and they stay on until you pull them off. That's pretty good. And then here we go with the external fuel tank, and this doesn't look like. It looks like it snaps onto a round shaft under the plane. I'll have to look and see what's under there. It's not really it's not the rail system. I don't know what it is. Okay, and here's the one-piece propeller. I think this is the same propeller they use on yeah, this is the same prop they use on the I think it's the 1100 Mustang from FMS. It's the Voodoo or that Red Devil or whatever. Strega. Before, they don't have Strega anymore. What's the other one? I'm trying to think of all of. There's 4 color schemes. Miss America. Yeah, I think this is the same prop as those. It looks exactly like the same prop. You know, and they have that same this hub. You know, that just sits around the prop to you know, make it look scaled. So I'm pretty sure that's the same prop. Okay, that's everything but the fuselage. Let's get down out of here. The Kansas Tornado. That's what this is called. Wow. How do you get this on here? There we go. Ah, there we go. All right. Okay, so there it is. Don't see any damage. And there's some, I wouldn't call it damage. Just the foam is cracky where the paint right here. But it's really, it doesn't look like anybody squished it, or it's just the cells are popping. It might have got close to a heat source, possibly, you know, and it made the foam, the cells like expand a little bit. So it doesn't look like damage. It doesn't look like it got smacked into anything or anybody squeezed it. It just, you know, it's the one spot where I can actually see. The rest of this, the foam is completely hidden by the paint. I can't see the cells anywhere but that one spot. You know, the paint's pretty good. I don't see any, you know, a little bit right here. I can see some foam cells here a little bit. But yeah, looks good. Yeah, the rudder's foam hinges also. The push rod's already hooked up from the rudder to the servo to the rudder. Magnetic catch for the canopy / battery bay door. So pretty big bay here. You got the Velcro already mounted, and then there's another one that you can mount to the other half to the battery. The only thing I don't like about this, and most of them do this, and it's kind of, you know, they stick that thing to bare wood, and it doesn't stick worth a shit to the bare wood. They should clear coat the wood either with paint or glue, and then stick this on. Because this doesn't stick real well to the wood. I can't tell how many times I've pulled a battery out of an airplane, and the Velcro held down to the Velcro on the battery base so much that it just pulled the tape off the battery tray, you know, and now I've got a piece of Velcro stuck to my Velcro, and there's nothing on the battery tray anymore. And it's really aggravating. I hate that. So I wish they would coat this piece of wood with glue or paint, and then stick that on, and then it would stay. Jeff, I don't know if you answered me before. I didn't see it. Did you have one of these? Do you have one of these? I thought you did, but I don't remember for certain. So yeah. I don't remember if, you know. I thought you did have one of these, but I could be wrong. Yeah, yeah, they're not. These battery straps are pretty. Yeah, so you do have one of these. Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, I could have sworn I saw you with one of these. Yeah, it's a pretty plane. I like. You know, I never liked the FMS 1500 P-47 because it doesn't, proportionally to me, it doesn't look right. It looks too fat in this section to me. It doesn't look. This has a slendering look to it, you know, back here, and that one just looks fat to me when I look at it. I've never seen one in person, so I don't know. But maybe it's just the camera angle, the picture. I don't know. But I've never bought that airplane because in the picture it just doesn't look right to me. This one looks right. You know, the P-47 gets pretty thin back here. You know, it's not that fat. It's pretty big up here, but it's not back here. It's not supposed to be. And, oh yeah, these planes are freaking huge in person. Yeah, and they're heavy. It's amazing how aerobatic, you know, agile these planes were in the war, as big and heavy as they were. I mean, but they really were. These things were great, you know, fighter planes. But it's just amazing because how big and heavy they were. Jesus, they were just beasts. But yeah, they did really well. They did a really good job. I mean, this was the plane to have, period, until the Mustang came along. And then even after that, several people still thought this was the better airplane. You know, again, that's that opinion thing we talked about. Everybody's got one, you know. So, but yeah, some people still thought the P-47 was the better plane, and then others thought the Mustang was the better plane. So, and then of course the Brits think the Spitfire is the better plane. You know, so it's one of those. You know, what are you gonna do? All right, I'll just put it back in there for now. Keep it safe. Get the wing off the floor here. Put it back in the box. And that'll be it for right now. All right, so there's the unboxing, guys. I like it. It's you know, I've been wanting this plane for a long time. This plane's been out for years. You know, this is not really a newcomer anymore. This plane's been around, and I've never gotten one. You know, but they finally put it on sale where I could afford it, so I bought it. Yeah, the one of the things about the P-47 too is it was like a Sky Raider. You know, it always brought the pilot home. I mean, even if half the motor was shot off and pistons were just flailing around inside there with no you know, jug, you know, on it. the engine kept running and it still flew you home. So yeah, these were very, very tough birds. I mean, they really could take a beating and still get the pilot home. So the Mustang was definitely a lot weaker in the Defense Department. But it was still, again, pilots thought it was more agile, lighter, faster, so they didn't need it to be able to take a pounding because it wasn't going to get shot at. That was kind of the theory. But whatever. So that'll be a nice airplane. I can't wait to put that together. What do you say we balance the prop? I know how much you guys want to see that. So, what the hell? Let's put it on the balancer. This one's obviously done. We don't need to do anything more to this one. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Well, again, that has to do with the weight, Craig. Yeah. Yeah, the Mustang could carry those two big drop tanks to get more range, and the plane was light enough that, it could get away with that, whereas, the P-47 couldn't. I don't think the P-47 ever made it all the way to the Germany. I could be wrong, but I don't think it did. The P-38, once Limburg showed them how to lean the thing out and get the range they needed to get to Germany and back. Once he did that, then the P-38s could go all the way to Germany too with the Mustangs, but I don't think the P-47 ever did. Sure, JCB. I'd always love to see any kind of anything you guys do. I want to see. Yeah. All right. Let's see how bad this one is. We'll let this find its happy place. This is a very, very light prop. Oh, this is way out of balance. Oh my God, look at this. Holy crap. Woo! Yeah, this one's going to sit down here pretty close to... Open a new window. Oh yeah, yeah. Looks like it was flying off a dirt field. Got brown, brown all over it, like dirt. Which these planes did a lot of that. They flew off dirt fields a lot. So, yeah. Nice. All right, so Craig, this prop obviously has got a heavy prop here, a heavy blade here. So this blade's light. So the first thing I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to put a bunch of paint on this blade because it's way off. So I usually just paint the back side of the blade, but this one's going to need so much paint that I'm going to actually put a coat on the top and the bottom of this blade and then we're going to put it back right back in the thing. Now I'm going to put it back in the holder here with the painted blade up. All right, the same. It's going to be the same blade. I'm going to paint. This is the blade that's up, and I'm going to paint it, and I'm going to put it back in here with this blade up, and then we'll see if I've got enough paint on it wet to bring it down to the bottom, or if it's still going to sit this way even wet. Now, if it goes down here wet, it ain't going to stay there. As it dries, it's going to come back up, and we'll be able to watch that. So I'm going to take it off of here. Got my protective clear coat, no rattle ball, so you don't have to shake it up. There's nothing in there. All right? And I'm going to put a coat of paint on both sides of that blade. Okay, so it's shiny, and let's put it in here and see what happens. Okay, so a coat of paint on it, it didn't touch it. It's still way lighter than that blade. So we'll let that dry. I'm going to spin it now. Now the reason I'm spinning it is to keep the paint even. It's not going to try to run to the bottom. It's not going to run to the outside. It's going to, as it goes up and down, it's going to run out and back in and back out and back in while it's drying. So it won't lead to a run in one direction. You can either do this lightly. You don't want to spin it because it could, centrifugal force. But you can either do that or you leave it flat this way and this way, and let it, dry flat. I usually let it, glass over this way, and then I'll put it in the balancer and spin it lightly, just to make sure it dries evenly. Yeah, it's clear coat. It's paint, but it's clear paint. Yeah, this is a protective clear coat that I use. This Duplicolor. You can get it at the auto parts store. And this is the main paint. I used to clear coat my airplanes with this, but this doesn't go near as far as the polyurethane. I don't think it's got as much protection as the polyurethane, and it costs more. So I only use this for prop balancing now and touch-up work. I don't paint whole airplanes with this anymore. But this is what I used to clear coat my planes with. Now I just use it for prop balancing and a touch-up on a plane that I've previously painted or something, just to get it, because this is very shiny. Well, it can be both. If you want it to be shiny, you can spray it so it stays shiny, or you can air it on, and it'll dry more matte finish. That's what's going to happen here. This is going to dry kind of matte looking. So all right, we'll let that dry a little longer, and then we'll put another coat on. So now I still sand my props for the final, to get it perfect. I'll either sand the paint that I just put on with some wet sand it with 2000 grit paper, so I don't start stripping the paint off of it, or I'll use a 320 on the actual plastic and sand that. So whichever blade's heavier at the end, when I get it really close, I'll sand it to get it. The finished product will be sanded, either smoothing the clear coat I just put on and taking some of that off because I put too much on, or I'll sand the actual plastic blade on the other side. Now this is off too far to just do it with sanding. My God, you'll be here a week sanding that much. We got to put counterweight on this. It's just way too far out. This is a pretty badly balanced prop. This would have vibrated like crazy. This would have rattled the pilot right out of the, right out of his seat there. This would have been bad. All right, I'm gonna put another coat on. Okay, so this time I put a heavier coat on. So I'm going to sit here and just kind of flip it over like this until it flashes. Because I don't want the paint to run. So we're going to keep moving it around so it doesn't have a chance to go any one direction. It's moving around too much. And that should get it to flash over. You know, it's airing out. It's what they call outgassing. The propellants and the thinners, you know, are gassing out. They're outgassing, and then that's why it's heavier at first but gets lighter afterward. Okay, so that it's heavy now. This is the painted blade. It's going down here. All right. This is where the paint is on this blade. And as it's gassing out, it's getting lighter. So it's already starting to go back to going up. It's probably going to stop here, and then as it gasses out, see, it's going down. This is a perfect example. Now watch what happens here. As this thing gasses out, it's going to go up. It's going to get lighter again. Here it goes. So it's drying. It's gassing out. Now it's going back up. So this is why it takes longer when you're painting. You can't do an instant gratification with paint on a prop because you got to wait for it to dry. You know, you got to let it do all the gassing out and drying before you can say it's balanced, because it's going to keep, you know, getting lighter as the thinners and the propellant, you know, outgas, and then so now we're back up again. But it was heavy there for a second, and now it's not. So we're much closer now. You know, I can probably get this to spin, and it'll probably keep spinning pretty evenly for a while now. So now I probably only need to put one more coat on the back side of this one blade, and we'll be really, really close. No, I haven't heard from Tug Hill. I don't know what's going on with him either. Oh, was Tug Hill on Facebook? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. I was sleeping all day today, guys. Yeah, I didn't. You know, I was spent. Yeah. This is the balancer from Motion RC. Their Benchcraft. It's the best balancer I've ever seen. You know, I've got two of the Dubro ones, and they work pretty good. But then the problem with the Dubro ones is that there's two counter wheels on bearings, and the bearings get dirt in them, they get dust in them, and they start to get draggy. And when you're trying to balance something as delicate as this, you can't have that drag. It'll give you a false reading. There's nothing moving here, okay? It's just, a pin. Wait a minute. Hang on. It's just a pin at the end, a pointy tip. Okay, both ends are just pointy tips, and they're suspended against two magnets. All right, so there's absolutely no drag. There's nothing. They're barely even touching the magnets. It's more like the magnets are just, holding it in position. I think they are. Sometimes, depending on the prop, one side's touching or the other, and sometimes I move it to get the effect I need to really make sure it's balanced. I'll push it to one side or the other, and let it rebalance that way. But right now I think these are both touching. But it sometimes, and I don't know what causes that. If it's the weight of the propeller, yeah. Right now I don't think these are touching both sides. I think this one's floating. No, it's touching, just barely. But yeah, there's no bearings. There's nothing mechanical that's adding any kind of drag here. There's zero drag. This is this is the most accurate way to balance a prop. And that's why I like this balancer so much. And it can handle a very big prop because of how tall these legs are. You know, you can put a really big prop on this. And when I say that, I mean a 3-blade, 4-blade, 5-blade, 6-blade, 2-bladed prop you can get away with, you know, by just you keep flipping it over until you get it close, and then you can fine tune it to the end, like I did with the Carbon Z prop. But you can't do that with a 3-blade, 4-blade. You know, you need something with this kind of reach, and so I really like this particular balancer a lot. You know, not a big fan of Motion RC, but I give them props when I can, and this is probably the best prop balancer I've had since I've been in the hobby. I really, really like this one. Yeah, that's drying up nice and even. So, but it's going to need another coat, at least one more. On just one blade, on one side of the blade. I don't think I have to do both sides this time. I think if I just put a coat on the back, I'll be fine. It's not that far out now. Although it's starting to, you know, because it's drying, it's getting bad again. I mean, there's a pretty big swing here of it going, you know, it's heavy enough to create a, you know, something in motion tends to stay in motion. So this is rolling back and forth, and that's what happens, you know, because it's out of balance. It keeps motioning, and each time it loses a little bit until it finally stops. The pros all use Dubro. Okay, Jeff, what classifies a pro? Who's a pro in your mind? Okay? You know, I'm sorry, but that's a stupid statement. All right? You know, I've been doing this longer than everybody, practically. And you're saying that there's guys that are more knowledgeable in this hobby than me. Somebody else is a pro. Okay? Stupid statement. I guess the pros use tape like you do to balance a prop. You put tape on your props. That's the pros' way of doing it? Is that what you're following there, Jeff? The pros that put tape on their props? So we're getting real close now. It's not standing straight up anymore. So now the other blades are coming into effect. You know, it's not going to end up with just these two blades. These two are going to become part of the puzzle here. When we get it that close, now these two are going to start making a difference. Usually we end up with it in this position, and now we have to work on these two blades you know, to get it to balance right. But when it's off as far as this one was, it really becomes just those two blades you're working with to start with. And then once you get it past that, the other blades come into effect. See, it's outgassing it. It's still coming to the side now. So that's, like I said, now this blade's becoming part of the effect. Because this is about dry, and it's ending up in this position instead of this position. So now we have to deal with this blade being heavy and this blade. So now we're going to have to add paint to this blade and this blade to offset these two blades. So that's where we're going. That's where we're going next. Well, this one will hold a pretty heavy one. You know, the heaviest props right now are always the FMS ones because you have to assemble them with bolts. You know, they put 8 bolts in these damn things, you know, to the hub to bolt them together. And this will handle most of those. I've had some pretty heavy props like the I think the F7F props are pretty heavy, and they're big. You know, the Tiger Cat props. But yeah, when you start adding, you know, nut and bolts to each blade to bolt them to a hub, they start getting really heavy. So those are the heaviest props I've dealt with, and this will handle them. Sometimes you got to be super duper delicate with it because any kind of a vibration at all, and it'll fall out of this prop balancer. But it has handled everything I've had so far. I haven't had a blade heavy enough yet to fall out of this, you know, totally. I mean, like I said, some of these FMS ones have been heavy enough to you know, if I sneeze, it'll just fall out of it. You know, it's just barely holding on. But those are the heaviest props I know of, because you can, like I said, you keep adding nuts and bolts to them, and usually it's 2 per blade. So that you're talking about, you know, 8 nuts and bolts, and they're not plastic bolts, you know, which I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone to nylon or something lighter than steel. You know, just for the effect of, you know, the effect it's going to have on a prop. So, okay, so here we are. This, I think we're dry there. I think that, because that was a light coat, and that looks like it dried. So, like I said, now the other blades are coming into effect. So now we have to balance this blade's light and this blade's still light, because it's stopping in this position. So now we're going to have to add some paint here and here, and that'll get it closer to these two. We're not close enough to start sanding yet. You know, you can start sanding, you know. I don't like to start with the sanding because it's messy and it takes a long time. But the sanding's more accurate. See, that's why I do my final balancing sanding, because I can wet sand and change the amount of the weight minuscule, and that'll a 22-inch wood prop. How many blades? Is it 3 blade, 4 blade, or just a 2 blade? Yeah, that's true. It gives it that real engine sound. Alright, so we're going to add a little paint to this blade over here now. And well, let's see what happens now. Now, it's probably going to go upside down this time, because we're getting pretty close. So these are the 2 blades I added paint to right here. So yeah, so they're going upside down because they're heavy now, but they're going to gas out, and then it might go back around the other way, or we might be really close here now. So we'll see what happens here. We'll let those gas out, outgas, and we'll see what happens. This is the blade I've been adding all the paint to right here. All right, Phil. We won't tell Kenny. All right, so I suspect when this blade finally finishes drying, we're going to be very close. This is probably going to be where we start sanding. Because it's going to be pretty close now. I mean, if I just spin this, it's going to roll for a while. You know, it's close enough now that it'll just keep rolling. If I had my fan on over there, it would keep rolling. It would just sit there and spin like the other one I had in here. It was just spinning the whole time. We're close enough now that this one would just spin. Drink? Am I saying what did Jeff? What was it? What was the phrase that Jeff kept saying in his show? Jeff from Flight Club. That we were drinking to. I forget what we were. Forget the phrase he kept saying that we were drinking to. That was funny. So what were you testing, Phil? Were you testing different brand props, or what was your test about? Wood props versus. Were they both? Were the wood props 4-blade props too, or wood 2-blade wood prop against a 4-blade plastic prop? No, Jeff still does his live stream. Are you talking about Ryan's live stream? Is he still going tonight, or is somebody else? Is Jeff doing a live tonight right now? And which Jeff are we talking about? Flight Club's on Tuesday nights. And then Jeff in Alabama it's in here. He's on Friday nights. Yeah, I think it's 8:30. 8:30 to 9:30 on Tuesday. Yeah. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 8:30 to 9:30. I keep missing his show. Usually, we have a church dinner on Tuesday nights, and I get out of there early enough to make the show. That's got nothing to do with it. I just end up getting busy doing something that sidetracks me, and then I forget the show's on. and I and then I get and then I usually come in at later thinking, oh yeah, and then I remember and go to the show. All right, where's my dorsal fin that needs painted? Because I can shoot a coat of paint on that right now while we're waiting for this to finish gassing out. What did I do with that? Okay, so I've lost my dorsal fin and I've lost my one X-Acto knife blade. I'm doing real good tonight. I thought I put it over here so I could paint it, but I don't see it. Nope, there it is. It fell down inside here. All right. So I'll go get my paint. We'll put a coat of paint on this. I don't know where... I still don't know where the knife went. It's not like... you have to... You're holding the knife in your hand. You have to set it down somewhere. I don't know where I set it down at, but you got to set it down. Just, you don't just throw it, or And if I dropped it, I'd have picked it up. So I'm sure I didn't do that. I need to run my tape back here, my video back, and see what I did with it. Because my video will tell me exactly where I put it. If I just roll the tape back, the video. I don't know where I put it. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Yeah. Well, I lost it before I started taking this airplane out of the box, so it can't be in this box. Maybe it's in this box. No, I don't see it in here either. I don't know what happened to that. That's so weird. Yeah, I have no idea what I did with that damn X-Acto knife. Oh, there it is. It was hiding under the rocket launchers. That's where it was. All right, found it. Like this, it's the one I was looking for. It's the blue one, and there's a pen on here from church that's blue. So I kept looking at the blue pen, thinking, "Well, that's it. No, that's not it. That's it. No, that's not it." So yeah, so there we go. This is my Legend Hobby. I got a black one and a blue one from Legend Hobby. So I like those. Those are cool. All right. I'm going to shoot a coat of paint on that. Let me go get my paint. I'm going to let this dry a little longer before I start sanding on it. Now, you definitely want to make sure your paint's completely dry if you're going to sand on it. And I have to sand paint where we put just a hair too much paint on it. So now I got to sand some of the paint back off. And so you want to make sure it's completely dry before you do that. So I'm going to let that outgas some more. Make sure it's completely dry. And then we'll sand it. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Am I wrong? Did it spin around? The paint's up now? Yeah, it must have snuck itself around before I saw it. Because, yeah, it looks like the painted blades are still light. Oh, I can't stand moving. Oh my God. I've only had to move, let me think. I moved to Florida to a rented house in '83. And then I moved from that rented house to another rented house right around the corner, literally. I mean, it was 5 houses down because that house was 3 houses from my grandparents' house, which was the house I was buying. So I moved into this house and we lived there for 6 months. And then I moved into this house for maybe a year. I forget. And then I moved to this house, which was my grandparents' house, and I had that for 20 some years. I did most of my moving with an automotive creeper. I put the furniture on the creeper and rolled it down the street. That's how I moved from the first house to the second house to my grandparents' house. And then from that house, I moved to the house I bought from my friend. And of course, it was in another subdivision, but it wasn't far away. It was a couple miles, is all. Still in Holiday. All this time I was in Holiday, Florida, for the first 40 years. And then at the end, I moved up here to Spring Hill. So that was, and I have so much stuff now. I wouldn't even. God, I hope I never have to move. Because I don't. It would take a year to move me. You know, by the time I packed everything in waves, you know, and got it to the new place, got it put away, go get more stuff, bring it to the new place, put it away. You know, yeah, it'd be a while. All right, so I think we are. Yeah, yep. This blade's still heavy. Or still light, I mean. The painted blade is still the light blade. I got to put another coat of paint on it. It all outgassed and it's got light again. It's really close. But yeah, this is the blade that's been getting all the paint. And then I think this blade got 1 coat. And this blade doesn't seem to be a factor anymore. I think we're good there now. Because this is going back to just about straight up. Yeah, so we're almost dead straight up again. I think this one's still maybe a little light. It's pretty close. Pretty damn close. So I think I'm so close now, I think I'm only going to have to put a little bit of paint on the tip. I can't do the whole blade, it'll be too much. I'm just going to put a little bit on the tip. I think that's all it's going to take. Let me do that real quick here, we'll see what happens. So here it is. This is the painted blade. So as it outgasses, it's going to probably go back up again. We'll see. Yeah, that's good. Phil, how do you move a safe? I mean, my God, those things are so freaking heavy. You know, how big a safe are we talking about? Okay, did you see that? All right, it was here, and then I bumped it. It went to here and stopped. Okay. So now if we put it here, we're real close. And, you know, it's not moving there now. We'll put it here. Okay, it's going that way a little bit. All right. We're not done yet, but boy, we're really close. I think it's the same blade. Is still. I think that's the one that is still the still light. Yeah, that's the one that's getting all the paint. It's still just a squeak light. You know, for a minute there, because it was still outgassing. So we're not quite there, but it's really close. Yeah, take everything out of the safe first. Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, absolutely. No, leave all the gold bullion in there to keep it safe, and then move it there. Oh my God. Okay, that was interesting. It went. Wow. So now this blade has come into effect, countering the paint I put on this blade. Now this one is countering that one. Well, I should say this one's countering that one. Yeah, so we're heavy. It looks like we might be a little heavy here and here. And this is a blade I painted already. So I can sand paint off of that one. I still got to add more paint to this one though. We're still light here. Okay, let's get a little more paint on there. All right, Jeff. Hey, buddy, you have a good night. We'll see you later. See you Friday. Um, what? How did you move that stuff, Phil? What kind of what kind of machine picks up 60 tons? Holy shit! Wow, we're really, really close. Yeah, it's pretty much staying wherever I put it now. We're there. All right. Is this close enough, Craig? I can put it anywhere and it stays there. Wherever I put it, it stays. So I think it's balanced. I think we're there. It's not. It's not moving. No. No, we'll just leave it like that. Oh, wait a minute. We got something moving here. Hold on a minute. All right, we got something going on. Which blade's heavy here? Okay, all right. Oh my God! You exceeded the weight of the crane by 5,000 pounds. Oh my God! Was everybody running for cover in case it broke? I think we're good. It'll. I won't know for sure until that one blade is completely dry, but it pretty much stays where. Again, guys, there's zero. I mean, zero resistance here. There's nothing that can be dragging. Okay, it's suspended by a magnet on a tip, so there's no bearings that could be causing drag. There's no drag coefficient here whatsoever, and the prop will stay wherever I put it, pretty much. It's staying there. It's staying there. Well, wait a minute. It's moving a little bit. Nope, it stopped. Yeah, I think we're done. I think we got it. I'm going to wait till that last blade to finish. If it's going to do any more outgassing, we'll let it finish. But yeah, we're pretty much done. That's about as good as you're going to get it. So the prop balancing has spawned from, well, I don't know, I was balancing props before I was balancing wheels on cars, but I I'd like to get a job working for Hunter or one of the tire balancer companies, because one of the guys came to our shop when I was working at this one garage, and he was teaching us how to use the balancer, and I've been balancing tires. I have my own tire balancers, so I was watching him, and he did the standard thing that everybody does. You know, you spin it, you put 2 weights on it, you spin it again, and it zeros, and okay, it's done. And I looked at him, I said, do you think that's balanced? He says, it's zeroed. I said, yeah, but it's not balanced. Well, what do you mean? It's zeroed. I said, unmount the wheel and remount it and spin it again. And he did, and it wasn't zero anymore. I said, well, okay, well, then it wasn't balanced, was it? He said, well, you're never going to get that close. I said, yeah, you can. And I showed him. What I end up doing to do it, because I always go, when it zeros, I always dismount it, move the hub and remount it, balance it again, and it shows me where I've got too much weight here that I just put on. And then I'll take that weight off, spin it again, and it gives me a new place to put that weight, and then I'll take my dikes and I'll cut like a quarter of that weight off, to get it exactly where I need it, and then I'll put it on where it tells me to put it, spin it again, and now it's zeros. And then I take the wheel off, dismount it, remount it, spin it again, and it zeros again. And he looked at me like, how the fuck did you do that? I says, I know how to balance a tire. It's what I do. And he couldn't believe that I got it perfect, I said, take it off and mount it again. I guarantee it'll balance again. But every time they do it, they only do it the once, and it's never balanced it's close enough. I mean, we're splitting hairs here, but if you really want it balanced, you end up. Hey, one of the guys at the shop I was working at, a motorcycle shop, same thing. He told me you're not going to get any closer than that. I said they don't make weights between that. I said no, you just trim a weight. So same thing. I took the weight off, trimmed it, spun it again. It showed me a new spot to move it. I put it there, and with slightly trimmed, and it's zeroed, and then we remounted it again and spun it again, and it zeroed again. And he just looked at me like he says, I can't believe I've never seen that before. Like, well, what can I tell you? Jackson, what's up? How you doing, Chris? Welcome to the show. You and Colin ever going to do a show again? Same shit, different day. How old is Mason now, Chris? $23. Wow. Good for him. What's he doing these days? What's he doing to make a living? Waiting for Wreckham Roy to show up. I haven't seen Roy yet tonight. I don't know what he's up to. Sorry, guys. I was checking my the car hauler plane hauler video. See how many views. Looks like it's got 40 views. Bunch of comments from you guys, so thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's got 40 views. It's only been up 4 hours. It's got 40 views. So that's interesting. Oh, no kidding. That's awesome, Chris. Wow. Working with kids. That's cool. All right, JCB. You're out of here? Have a good night, man. You got, what do you got on your saved list, Phil? Oh, you got it on your... Oh, gotcha. You haven't watched it yet? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to end up being very useful. You know, especially the hot summer days down here. Um, so you know, I don't want to say Bo started it. You know, the guy that owns my field where I fly, but he came out to the field with a regular camper hauler, you know, or camper trailer, um, about 6 months ago. Um, and it's about the same size, about a 24 footer. It's not real big, you know. It's a nice size, but it's not a hauler. You can't put a motorcycle or anything. It's got a bedroom. You know, mine doesn't have a bedroom because that's where you put the car or the motorcycles or whatever you're going to haul in it. And so now him and his girlfriend Valerie, they come out and she stays all day at the field now because she goes in the air conditioned trailer and hangs out, watches TV, whatever. You know, and when Bo gets hot, he goes in there, and you know, and it just cracks me up that, you know, now he brings that out to the field and stays in it overnight too. You know, now he comes out on a Friday or a Saturday, spends the night Sunday, or Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday, you know, and I just think it's hilarious. All these years, you know, he's owned the field, and he never did that until just now, and you know, I just thought it was funny that he started doing that. And he got a really good deal on it too. I was really surprised what he paid for it. It's a nice. It's not real frizzly, you know. It doesn't have carpeting in it. It's got some kind of a utility looking floor, I want to say, and the you know, it has a utility look inside. You know, everything is kind of gray and you know, functional, not elegant, just functional. It's nice. It's a nice trailer. So yeah, he comes out there and he's got the TV going, and it's hilarious. That yeah, well, I laughed because 2 weeks ago, two guys showed up with trailers, and they had mowed an area, a different area, for them to go park their trailers there. And I said, "What is this? You know, it's called Hilton Air Park or Hilton Airfield." I said, "Have we got a Hilton Trailer Park now? What's going on?" Those two guys are into astronomy, and they've got these big telescopes, and they were planning on spending the night over there with their telescopes aimed at something they wanted to photograph. And so Bo cut them a little spot to park their RVs over there out of the way from everybody, and they're going to spend the night and look at the stars. And both these guys have been flyers there forever. Joe and Johnny White and Joe have both been, you know, there before I start going there, and they both. I don't want to say they've given up flying. Johnny kind of said he did. He says, "Yeah, I found something I enjoy more." He likes looking at the stars more than he does flying. Joe, on the other hand, you know, and Joe's really old school. He's still using a, you know, 72 megahertz radio. You know, he hasn't got a new, you know, 2.4. You know, he's still flying an old, you know, long wire radio. So, and he'll bring a plane out and fly it every once in a while. He hasn't been. I think he's been having more fun with the camper itself, going places with the camper and just camping, than he has flying. And now he's started this astronomy thing too. So, I don't know. It's just funny, but yeah, I decided to get this just, you know, not just for Bigfoot, but that was a big part of it, you know, because going up there and spending 3 days, you know, my trailer worked, you know, I mean, I can have I've got a portable air conditioner and a portable heater in it, and there's a bed in it. I built a bed in it, and, you know, that I transport big airplanes on it, and, you know, it's not exactly what I wanted, but it gets the job done. I was plenty happy with it. But the big problem is, you know, you can't take a shower. You know, you go 3 or 4 days and you can't take a shower. It can get a little uncomfortable. So that's the only reason I really wanted was this, just so I had a place to take a shower. In the past, like Tug Hill let me go when he was down here at the Pilot Ryan event, for instance. Tug Hill he was at there's a Best Western right next door to the flying field, and he told me, "Hey, come on over to uh, the hotel, and you can use my shower, take a shower." Well, that was really nice, and then a couple years ago at Bigfoot, Craig put a shower in his trailer. He's just got a regular airplane trailer like mine, a little bigger than mine, and he put a stand-up shower in it, and he plumbed water to it with a on-demand heater. So he's got an on-demand water heater on the front of the trailer, and a big water tank, and he's just got the drain going out the bottom of the floor because it's gray water. You can just put it on so it's just shower water. So it just drains straight out the drain of the shower right through the floor of the trailer onto the ground. And so he let us use the shower, a couple of us. And that was real nice. But, I hate, you feel like I'm imposing when I, ask somebody, hey, can I use your shower? So now I don't have to do that anymore. I got my own shower now. So this is gonna. That's one of the big things that I thought would be really nice, is just to have a shower. And I got to be honest, being able to walk into it and have room to sit down in it. See, there's no room in my trailer to sit down. You can either have airplanes in there, or you take the airplanes out and you lay on the bed. That's the only option you have. You really can't put a chair in there. Well, you kind of can. If I take all the airplanes out of the rack in the front, I can put a chair in there to sit down. But it's kind of cramped. It's not, And this, hell, we can have 12 people in there. I got plenty of room for 12 people to sit in the new one now without a problem, because it's just a big open floor. So if I put the 2 benches down, I got 6 people on benches, and then I can easily put 6 people in folding chairs, and we won't be crowded at all. It'd be plenty of room. And so that's really cool. That I can go in there and sit down, relax, watch TV, whatever, and not interfere with, I don't have to put my tent up to move the airplanes into the tent, and so yeah, it's just going to be nice. It's a whole new, and for the price, I think for $4,000 I couldn't convert one of my regular trailers into a self-contained, camper for $4,000. There's no way. Hell, I bet the trailer alone was $5,000 just for the trailer. My airplane trailer. It was, I want to say it was $49.99. I think it was either $39.99 or $40. I'm pretty sure it was $40. It was $5,000 before I put a freshwater tank, a gray water tank, a black water tank, electricity, a refrigerator, stove, air conditioning, a radio, stereo. There's no way you could reproduce that for $4,000, and that's all I paid for this thing. So, I think I did really well. It's going to be a nice thing to have and to share. So, a bunch of people that if I go to Bigfoot, people can come hang out in my air conditioned trailer comfortably. And depending whether or not I put my own furniture in there, they won't even have to bring their own folding chair. There might be a place for them to sit down already in the trailer. So, because I'm going to have that kind of room. I mean, it's compared to what I have now, it's huge. I'll tell you what the biggest difference is having the wheels under it instead of outside it. Okay, this thing is 8.5 feet wide, and my trailer is only 6 feet wide. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot. That's a huge difference in being able to move around 6 feet to 8.5 feet wide. So lengthwise, that helps too for certain, but it's the width, because there were several people at Bigfoot that had these beautiful 8.5 foot trailers This one guy had a setup in there. It was beautiful. He's got this workbench in the nose and all these lights and a stereo show. And the stereo was, a light sensor for the lights to flash to the stereo. It was a setup. I mean, oh my God, it was so cool. And he's got everything, and he's built these racks that has little, those little, like something like this. Just a bunch of these. Trays like this full of different parts. This is full of, car fasteners for putting your moldings back on, your bumper covers. The little snap-in moldings are the ones with the pin that you pull up to release, and then you push it back in. And, I've got all of these, different fasteners. And the whole guy, his whole trailer was just full of bins with these kind of trays in them with screws, nuts, bolts, washers, propellers, wheels, hinges. I mean, everything. It was the most organized thing I'd ever seen. It was amazing. And then he had airplanes. He had that stretching netting on the walls and on the ceiling. And he just pulls it down, sticks an airplane in there, and lets go of it, and it sticks a small airplane. Sticks it to the ceiling or the walls, and it was really cool. That was a really nice setup. I forget the guy's name, but man, that was impressive. And he's been to several events. I saw him at another event. I think he came to the Imperial event, the E-Jet last year, a couple years ago when I went. And, so I've seen him in more than one place. But yeah, it was really cool. I was really impressed with that. Man, that was so cool. Where's the hot tub? Yeah. Not coming unless there's a hot tub. Well, I could bring an inflatable one. The problem would be getting the water to fill it up. I think that would be the biggest challenge. Bringing the hot tub wouldn't be the challenge. An above-ground swimming pool, a small above-ground swimming pool, goes together pretty quick. It's where would we get the water to fill it? I don't know if... I'm not sure if they have running water at the Bigfoot field or not. I'm not sure. They might. I don't know. I got tons of coolers there full of ice and sodas and stuff. Like these big, gigantic, fishing coolers. Do you put fish in and stuff. And they're always full of stuff. But I don't know that I've ever seen running water there. So, if water's easy, I know a guy. Yeah, Phil, but do you know a guy in Alabama? Is your guy going to bring the water from Canada to Alabama? Yeah. I got a local guy too, but I don't have a guy in Alabama. Scott probably has a guy. Yeah. Yeah, I come to think of it, I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. I'm sure Scott has a guy that could come fill our hot tub. No problem. I'm sure he's got a guy with that much, with water tanks on a trailer, and he could come fill our hot tub. I'm certain of that. Scott knows everybody. So, yeah, there's a guy everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I know a guy that knows a guy. Alright guys, I gotta go take a bathroom break here for a second, so don't go away. I'm coming right back. I'm gonna clear coat my other ventral fin, and then I'm gonna bring the F-16 down. We're gonna look at the fuselage, and we might start putting it together. If I feel like I can handle it without messing the paint up, I think I'll at the very least, I'll put the vertical stabilizer on it, maybe the horizontal stabilizer on it. And if maybe I'll put the wings on. We'll see. We'll see where we go. I'm at the point now where I'm ready to put that one together. I may clear the table off here and hook up the radio so I can put the gear down. And then it'll sit here on the table so I can work on it while it's sitting on its own landing gear. So we might do that too. So let me go to the bathroom. I'm going to refill my drink, and I'll be right back. All right? And then we'll do a little painting and maybe a little building. If I can get past I've got 5 airplanes unboxed right now, right here. That's why there's no room in here, because there's 5 unboxed airplanes here. We've got the Extra 330, got the Husky, we've got the Carbon ZT-28, we've got the P-47, and we've got the F-16. So all these planes are laying open in their boxes here. They're definitely in the way. Oh my God. Okay, so the first thing I got to do is let's make room. I'm gonna clean up my desk here so we can put the F-16 on its wheels on the desk. So let's do that first. So these are the foam pieces that just came out of the P-47. Where'd there it is. The screws. Okay. So I guess we'll set those right here. Alright, and we can throw that box away. We don't need that. These are the pieces to the extra. We'll put those over there. Carbon Z. We'll put those over there. Decals for the Carbon Z I'm going to put up here. Okay, spinner. Now this is a big ass spinner for the Carbon Z, but it's plastic. You know, it's chrome, but it's plastic. So that little one that goes on the P-47 outweighs this 4 to 1. It really is a huge difference. You know, this one's way bigger, but the other one's way heavier. Okay, got a couple of props for the Husky, and that's right. The extra came with a wood prop. So the extra prop and the Husky prop. That's those. Let me put this flashlight magnet in here. That's a broken clip. Throw that over there. Let's put these in here. Yeah, you guys can't see all this crap that's on my desk. Camera's just above the level where you can see this stuff. There's quite a bit of crap on here. Yeah, it's really not crap. It's all parts and the airplanes. These are decals for the P-40. One of them got screwed up. I really hate that. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I'm going to have to do a little finagling to make that look right. All right, not a biggie though. We'll work that out. Here's the big prop we were balancing. This is one of those FMS props. This is the prop for the Corsair. You know, and it only has 4 screws in it, but this thing's heavy. You know, this practically falls out of the mount. It's a pretty heavy prop. I've had heavier ones, but this one it's just hanging on. You know, it's one of those right on the just hanging on part of it. You know, it's pretty heavy. Okay. This is my Avalon King ceramic coating packet. Move that over here. Let me catch up on this. I need to chat here, see if I missed anything. Everybody's excited about the trophies. Well, that, you know, I'm so happy to hear that. You know, I had a lot of fun making them. You know, I got to tell you, and this is what they look like coming off the printer. Okay, this is. Do you see all the? Let me get to the right here. Okay, you know, you can barely tell that there's a Bigfoot in there because there's all of this extra support. you know, for the overhangs because of his chin. You know, you had to put support under his chin or it won't print. Same thing with this is a fail, but because this hand didn't print. Because you see this pedestal right here, it's all by itself, is there so that it'll print this hand, right? Well, this pedestal fell off, so it didn't print the hand. I mean, it tried to, but this big gobbledygoo mess over here is what should be the hand. And, you know, eventually it got enough gobbledygoo to start printing, and then it went from there and printed the rest of his arm okay, but we didn't get a hand. So this was a fail. I only had one fail, too. This is the only one that failed. They all printed good. This was the only one that failed. But, yeah, and these come off so easy. This is one of the best, as far as all this support, breaking free. It just pops right off. And I don't have to do anything to clean him up. It's perfect. Just the way the stuff pops off. It doesn't leave any traces behind. It's beautiful. But that's what it looks like when it prints. With all this extra, you know, vertical support. You know, Christ, there's even one that goes right up to his nose. It goes straight up here, right here, and it goes right up to his nose, just to support his nose. And so pretty interesting, though. That was. I try not to use support as much as possible. I stay away from it as much as I can for a couple of reasons. One, it's wasteful. You know, it just wastes filament, and a lot of times you really don't need it. I mean, sometimes you do, and this was one of those cases where you definitely need the support. He was not going to print without the support. You know, certain things like the dragon. I think he's blocked. You can't see him. He's behind the chair right there. And the other one is over there. Yeah, you can't see that one either. That big winged dragon I printed, right in his belly, the very bottom of his belly needed some support. But to get that support, it had to add support everywhere else. I mean, once you turn the support on and try to define it to one spot, it's hard to do that. There is a way to paint it, to only paint where you want the support and then only put it there. But I haven't had a lot of success with that working. It doesn't seem to want to work. Other guys have had it work pretty good for them, but I haven't had that work pretty well. So I just went without the support. So his belly's got a little tiny mark where, you know, you can tell that it didn't get a good print there, right there. But it's only like one or two little strings, and you have to pick him up and, you know, turn him upside down to see it. So it wasn't a big deal. And since it printed okay that way, I printed it again. I just left it, and you know, it's good enough. I'm not going to nitpick over that. Sometimes, you know, you just have to pick the least of two evils. You know, having all that support that you have to clean up after and all that, or having one little tiny spot where you've got a misprint, but it's not even noticeable. So you just weigh it out and make a decision. So that was the decision I made, to not go with the support and let it, and it worked out. And I don't know if you guys know much about 3D printing, but sometimes the printer won't let you print it without the support. You know, it tells you have air gaps, or what else they call it, floating objects. And the printer won't. It's just, you know, trying to be smart enough to tell you this isn't going to work. You're going to have a print failure because you got to support something here. And then you turn the supports on and turn them down as low as you can turn them, and then see if it works. And most of the time I've had good success. Most of the time it works. I have printed so much stuff without using the support when it told me I needed it. I've been very lucky with that, or just, yeah, I'm gonna, let's stay with luck. I like luck. I've been very lucky that I've had that kind of success with it, because the supports have not been a big pain in my ass. Most of the time they don't relieve or release as well as they did on Bigfoot. You know, they end up being a fight. That one car I printed, this thing, this was terrible. And my fault, you know. But I can't get this to release. So it's just a fight to get. If you look in the wheel, you see all that, and that's all that support is there because there's spokes in the wheel, you know, and it's trying to print those spokes, so it has to support the wheel to print the spokes, and you get all this, and you got to sit here and try to tear all that out of there, and I've been working on it, but it's a pain in the butt. Let me try to get in the light where you can see. So you can see there now. You can see some of the spokes in there where I've been tearing this shit out. You know, all this support. But you know, it's a real pain in the butt. I'm trying to get in the light better. Yeah, there you go. You can see some spokes in there now. So you got to dig all that out around those spokes, and it's just a major pain in the butt. So when I don't have to use the supports, I don't. You know, it's just can make life so miserable. I mean, I've been working on that for hours, trying to dig all that out of there, and it's still, you see it. Uh-oh. Now, how did that happen? The camera just fell. How did that happen? There was nothing touching the camera. That was really weird, guys. I have no idea. Oh! This got caught on the drawer and it pulled the camera off. That's what happened. Wow. That was interesting. Okay. That's alright, you guys don't want to look at me anyway. I don't know if you can still hear me though. I don't think it came unplugged. No, it's still working. But yeah, it's on the floor. Alright, let me get the I gotta go get the tripod. Hold on a minute. Yeah, yanked it right off the table. That was interesting. Alright, so let's put this back up here like this. And we'll put the camera back on it. Yeah. Put that in there like... I think it was on this way. Yeah, that's pretty close, right like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, alright. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Alright. Yeah, that's almost exactly where it was. Not quite, but close enough. Let me get back to the chat here for a second. You know, you guys, you forget. I know you guys, listen, I'm not just walking into the next room to go to the bathroom. This building's 60 feet long. That's 120 feet just to go in and out the building before I walk all the way over to the house, go in the house, go to the bathroom in the house, and then walk all the way back and walk all the way back through the building. Because I'm in the very back of the building, and, you know, the building's 60 feet long just to get to the door. So it's not just that quick to walk into the house to use the bathroom. It's not around the corner. It's, you know, it's a little bit of a hike. You know, it's probably a total of, you know, walking a football field, you know, from one end to the other. That's not going to happen in, you know, 30 seconds. You know, and then, yes, I had to go to the bathroom. So, yeah, Mother Nature. You know, I didn't design this setup. I would have definitely designed it different. I'm not going to say better, but it would have been different. That's all I can say. All right, Philip, you out of here? All right, man. We'll see you later. Have a good night. You're gonna miss the good part of the show now. We're gonna put an airplane together. Maybe, probably. As soon as I get this crap off the desk. That's an O'Reilly's receipt. I don't think we need that one. Prop. Hey, we've got another prop. Guess we need to balance it. I can't remember what this prop goes to. It's a weird one. It's almost like an airboat prop. I kind of think it... I think the... Oh, what's the name? What's the name of that damn airplane I really don't like? What the hell is that thing called? I forget. Now this is a bag for something that's kind of important, but I don't remember what it was. Couldn't have been that important, right? Yeah, I don't know what that's for. It's a pretty stout bag. We're putting something in, but I don't remember what the hell I'm supposed to put in there. Thumb drive. That's important. I don't want to lose that. I didn't use these. I'm going to put those over here. Another screwdriver. Cap for one of my knives, which is already in here. My broken snap ring pliers that didn't work with shit. Hey! What's up, Tay? What's going on? Hamilton's Hangar in the house. What have you been 3D printing these days? Anything good? Oh, is that... You haven't seen... So that's just isn't a green screen behind me anymore. That's real. A lot of my 3D printed stuff on the shelves, and... Yeah, that's all real stuff behind me now. No more green screen. Okay, I don't remember what I took apart with all these tiny little screws. What the hell was I working on? I forget. That's going to come back to haunt me, I'm sure. Alright. I'm going to save that sandpaper. We'll put it in there. Receiver, put that in here. Oh, no kidding! Wow, that's great. That's amazing. Yeah, I printed Bigfoot trophies for the big Bigfoot show. I don't think you've gone to it, but I think you know of it. You know, the big show in Alabama every year, the Bigfoot event. I printed the trophies this year for that, and they came out really good. They it's been kind of the talk on several of the web pages. Now everybody's excited about the event because it's a big deal every year. But all of a sudden, the trophies I printed have been a kind of a highlight, which is good. I'm really glad they like them, and you know, they came out really good. I'm just really happy with them, and thankfully everybody else is too. I'm really happy about that. I'm glad everybody likes them. You know. Camera battery, banjo bolt. These are part of those pliers that broke. I gotta take those back. They're just definitely not very good. All right, that's gonna do it. We'll be able to put the airplane up here now. It's just clean enough. I think I'm going to put this here. Oops. All right, that should work. All right. All right, buddy. We'll see you later. You know, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, we'll have to catch up some more and find out what's going on. So, I just put up a new video though. You'll probably like to watch. So go check that out. Go look for my video I put up tonight. I think you'll like it. Alright, so that should be enough. Alright, so I'm going to run out to the truck. I want to get a couple of those nano batteries I was talking to you about. Let me grab a couple of those. I'm going to need one anyway to power up the airplane so I can bind it to the radio, put the gear down so it'll sit on its landing gear. So I won't be as long as I was in the bathroom. So hang tight. I'll be right back. Let's see, the radio's there. Yeah, I just got to grab a battery. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, my batless fell over again. Oh well. Okay. All right. So these are those nanotech batteries I was talking to you about. You know, like Juno said, you really can abuse these, and they come back. They survive. And they recover really well. So, if you've never tried these, give them a try. I really like them. So it's a little bit different wrap than a normal Turnigy battery. It's see this dark blue. Almost looks black here, but it's blue. It's a dark navy blue, and it's got this green label, and it says Nanotech, Turnigy Nanotech, and these are really good batteries. I really like these. They hold up. I mean, I'm not kidding. I've got packs like this that are, you know, six years old, and they still work. And they work good. So, yeah, I highly recommend these, especially if they've got them on sale. You know, if you go to Hobby King and they have any of these Nanotech batteries on sale and you can use them, get them. You know, I think you'll really like them. You know, I've had some really good success with these batteries, and so I just bought a whole bunch of them. Well, not a whole bunch. I think I bought 8 packs. Now this pack here, I bought specifically for that one airplane. It's a 6S. It's got an XD60 on it instead of a 90. Okay, and it's thin. It's it's way thinner than a normal 6-cell pack. Okay, and it's 2.65, 2650 milliamps. And I bought this for that that jet I told you guys about from Banana, the L39. That's $199. You know, all aluminum, trailing arm retracts, lights, flaps, beautiful airplane. 64 millimeter fan, and this battery will fly it for 9 minutes. You know, no kidding. And it fits right in there. It's just the right size, and it does a great job. So, I really like, you know, like I said, I've had good luck with these Nanotechs. I haven't had good luck with the regular blue Turnigys. You know, those are. As a matter of fact, I just had one blow up that was in the truck. I think I tried to discharge them all, but I think I missed that one. It was fully charged and got in the truck. It's sitting in the truck hot. Truck got too hot, and it just ballooned up into broke the shrink wrap and blew it into a pillow. And so I had to throw that one out. It was pretty much a brand new battery too. I think I only used it once, so that sucked. But that's those are those regular blue, not these Nanotechs. I've never had a Nanotech fail like that. They just seem to work. I've actually had some Nanotechs that got discharged to 0, and I was able to recoup. They recovered. I lightly charged them, and then voltage came right back, and still using them. So they really do take a beating and generally recover from it. So I really like these batteries. I wouldn't say. I don't know. It's hard to say. I was going to say, maybe they're not the best performance or anything, but I don't have any complaints about these batteries. They work really good. I can't. I can't think of any reason not to buy them. Honestly, like the other ones are better. I can't say that honestly. These things really work pretty good. It's I know it's a Turnigy, but it's different technology than the standard regular blue batteries. Those have not been fantastic. They're okay, but they're cheap. So it's okay that they're only okay because they're cheap. But these are pretty cheap, and they really do work great. So yeah, if you haven't tried these nanotechs, get one, try it. I really think you'll like it. I really like these batteries. Okay, all right. You mean where you live, Juno? They don't your locals outlets to get batteries. They don't carry the nanotechs. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Um, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to give these new ones a quite a run in these jets, and if they outperform my HRBs, my HRB Reds, um, I might be switching. I might buy nothing but these nanotech batteries because price wise, they're so much cheaper than the China CH whatever those are, and the MBRs or whatever. There's um, I don't know. I'm gonna give them a real. I've never used them in a jet before, and then I started trying them in the jets, and they were working really good. So I'm gonna see how they hold up to the load a jet puts on them. Because the jets are pretty brutal, the batteries. They really are. All right, let me wipe my hands off. Where's I thought I had some window cleaner right here. Where'd that go? Got a paper towel here. All right, well. Oh, there it is. Let me wipe my hands off. White airplanes, guys. White airplanes get dirty real fast. So don't have dirty hands and then pick up white airplanes. At least this one's clear coated, so it should wipe off pretty easy. But I'm not going to take any chances. Let's. All right. Let me go get the. I'm going to take this upstairs to paint it, but I'm not going to paint it right now because I got to shake the can up. So I'll go get the fuselage to bring it down. We'll plug it in, bind it, and drop the gear. one of the things that really fascinates me about an F-16 is those tiny little wings. And this damn fuselage is like 4 feet long. Easy. With the nose cone and everything. Now this is a beast. And these tiny little wings go with this long ass fuselage. It's crazy. You know, this is a beast. This thing's huge. So, alright, so let's put that battery in here. I had to put my little EC5 adapter on this so we can plug it in. Well, what happened? What happened to Hobby King? That's not your dealer anymore. What happened? All right. Okay. All right, that's plugged in. All right, let me get. Where to put the radio? Oh, there it is. Oh, they well. Have you asked them to stock them for you? Have you? Can they do that?
Welcome to AVANTI-S. Switch warning.
What's this push? Oh, I missed one. Okay. All right. Let's find a file I can copy. Let's do the probably the carbon ZT-20 will probably work. Duplicate. Select. Change the name to F-16. Okay. All right. Need a bind plug, I believe. All right, hold on a minute. Let's find the. Oh, okay. Okay. Where's right there? The carbon seat came with a bind plug. I knew I had one here. Just saw it. There we go. Actually, this should have come with one too. Where are these parts at? I just put this bag of goodies somewhere too. It should have a bind plug in it too. Sorry, I'll just grab this one. A bind plug's a bind plug. Doesn't matter. Okay. Alright, plug that in here. And bingo! It was just that easy. Boom! Alright, let's unplug that. Unplug the bind plug. Like that. Okay. Plug it back in. I hear a bunch of servos going zip, 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 but where the hell are they? Are there servos in the damn fuselage? What servos are in the fuselage? Alright, let me pick this up. Cycle the gear. This gear should go right down. And boom! There we are. We have an F-16 sitting on its landing gear. How about that? That's pretty cool. It's got some pretty cool lights on it too, guys. Look at this. I'm going to turn around anyway. I got to work on the tail, so let me turn it around and show you. They got these super bright landing lights. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the 80mm F-16, but this is a whole new ball game. This is nothing like the 70mm. This thing is way different. So you got the red and green lights on the engine cowl there, and then the landing lights on the front gear door. So yeah, pretty cool. I had this plane, Ken sold it on Facebook, never flown, paid $700, sold for $450. Ouch. Okay, the reflex, Juno, comes in an FMS airplane. This is a this is an E-Flite airplane. So it doesn't have a reflex. It has AS3X. I just bound it in AS3X only. So there's no safe now. I almost never bind an airplane in safe. So this one's all set up for. Yep, rudder's going the right way. Elevator's going the right way. That's about all I can test now. Nothing else is plugged in. I got to get the rest of it. But yeah. Yeah. The AS3X was reversed. How in the world does the AS3X be reversed? That's weird. What transmitter were you using, Juno? An Oryx? I don't know what that is. What transmitter is that? That's weird. So what I've found over the years, okay, and the way I do it, what I do is because this is a Radio Master. This isn't a Spectrum radio, but it's talking to a Spectrum receiver. But this is the Radio Master radio, the TX16S. And what I did is I started with one airplane. Like, I don't know if it was the Carbon Z. I forget what the first airplane, the first Spectrum airplane was that I put in this radio. It might have been the Carbon Z. And then because, sometimes if you're using a radio with different airplanes, you have to reverse the elevator, aileron, whatever, but usually, so far for me anyway, once I got a program set up for any AS3X Spectrum plane and had everything go in the correct direction, whenever I start another airplane like this one, I just copied the Carbon ZT28 file into this one. It's a 6-channel plane. This is a 6-channel plane. Actually, I think this has a 7th channel for manipulating the. This thing has tailerons, okay? Because it's got a 10-channel receiver in it, and they did that so that you can operate the tailerons like the real plane. So the elevators work with the ailerons, and they're an elevator and aileron combo. So tailerons or elevons, either one. But everything's going the right direction, probably including the throttle. Yeah.
96.
Yeah, the throttle's working. And yeah, so it's it's if all I did was copy it into this profile, and it came alive. It's everything's correct. Everything's going the right way. So so if you ever do that again, just make sure you check all your, make sure everything's going the right direction, and then the next time you do another Spectrum airplane, just copy that file. You've got one that's working. If that one works on a plane, it should work on everything else that Spectrum sells. It should, everything, because they always set them up all the same. At least that's been my experience. I've got a lot of Spectrum airplanes. I know I don't like Spectrum, and I still don't like Spectrum. But that's not going to stop me from buying good airplanes. And, this one's right on the border of whether I would pull that receiver out and put one of my good ones in or not. Everything, the $200 airplanes from Spectrum, I'm not going to change the receiver for. I'll take my chances with those. But when we're talking about $400, $500, $600 airplanes, yeah, that's where I'm over the, I'm going to put a good receiver in it. I'm going to take the AS3X out and put a good receiver in it. So this one's right on that cusp of whether or not I'm going to do that or not. I think I'm not really having problems with my equipment out at my field. But I've flown other people's Spectrum airplanes and had problems, and I've watched other people flying their Spectrum and having problems. But my personal stuff so far, I've never had a radio hit at my field, at this field. My old field, I had all kinds of radio hits on Spectrum. But this current field, which I've been flying here now for probably 8 years now, I'd say. Probably been at least 8 years I've been flying at this new field. Yeah, none of my equipment's ever had a radio glitch on Spectrum. So, I don't know. I just, you just gotta, be careful. But, everything always, the gear was correct. The only thing wrong with the gear switch is even going the right direction. I hit oh no, it's not either. Yeah, so I got to reverse the switch. That's all on that gear. I like to switch back for up, down, and then in the up position for up. And right now it's in the up position. The switch is in the up position, but the gear's down. So I'll reverse that switch later. That's not a big deal right now. But everything else is working correctly so far. The rudder and the elevators are working correctly, and the throttle's correct. So the only thing left now are the ailerons and the rudder. Well, I already know the rudder's working because the nose gear's working. So the only thing I don't know if it's working correctly are the ailerons. And then there's I believe you can turn the tailerons on and off with another channel. I'll have to add that channel. I'll have to program a channel to activate the taileron mix so I can turn it on and off. And I'll have to read the instructions to see what I need to do for that. But I believe that's the only thing that's different, is that because if you bought the gray version of this, you only got a 6-channel receiver. They didn't come with the taileron option, and that's why I actually wanted both. I wanted the gray one because I thought it looked cool, but I wanted this looks cool. I mean, but I wanted this one because it's got the taileron already in it. So, not that I couldn't program it in anyway. It's not a problem. But, I was going to do it on the other one, because I have 2 of these. I bought one of these as an ARF because I have a fan, ESC, and motor combo from another airplane that crashed, 80 millimeter, and I was going to throw it in the second one of these, which is upstairs right now, and it's all together. But then this one came available with my 30% off, so I think I got this one cheaper than I got that one, and that one's only an ARF. This is a bind and fly, so this one even came with a receiver. That one didn't come with a receiver or a fan unit or a motor or an ESC. It did come with all the servos and all that, the gear, everything. It's a full fuselage, but I have to add my own motor, fan, and ESC and receiver. So All right, let me go. The tail is upstairs. Let me go get that, and we'll screw that on. Let me find my screw bag first. I just had it in my hand, and I moved it. I don't know where I moved it to. Let me find that. It's got to be laying right here somewhere. It's probably over here. That's the carbon Z. That's the... Oh, that's got a bind plug in it too. Maybe I put it in the drawer. But that's where I put it. Let me look. So I knew I was going to need it right away. I think I put it in the drawer here. It's a small bag of parts. It's, you know, there's only 4 screws, 5. I think there's only 6 screws in the bag. That's it, and a bind plug. That's pretty much all. Oh, and the 2 push rods, linkage for the elevators. They don't come on because the elevators aren't mounted on the plane yet, so they don't put the linkage on. So that's in the bag with the screws, and that's it. That's all you get. You get the screws and the linkage and a bind plug. So it's pretty simple. It's a real simple build. I just moved that screw bag off the desk so I could get this plane on the desk. Where did I move it to? I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached, I swear. It's got to be right here. I think I would have just thrown it on the floor. It's got to be here. Oh, God. What the hell did I do with that? Okay. Well, I wonder if it's upstairs. I don't think it is. I could have sworn it was on the table here when I moved everything off so I get the plane on here. I could have sworn it was on here. But maybe it's upstairs in the box. Maybe I was confusing it with a different one. Because I don't see it. Yeah. Let me go upstairs. I gotta go get the rudder anyway. The rudder and the elevators are upstairs. I gotta get those anyway. So let me go get those and see if that screw bag's upstairs. So I'll be right back. Let me go get that. Yeah, I agree, Eddie. Juno, I barely use my, you know, I'm not a Spectrum fan. I don't have a lot of Spectrum airplanes. But when I get a good deal on one, you know, like the Carbon Z that was on sale for Jesus, you know, $429 for the Bind and Fly Carbon Z T28. You know, I bought another one. So now I got 4 of those damn airplanes. Yeah, I couldn't pass that up. That was just too good a deal. So I couldn't pass it up. And then this one I got at 30% off. So it went from 6 6:30, I think, to 443 or something. So it was a big savings, 30% off. So yeah, so that's why I went with another one of these. They had everything else I wanted. Yeah, and I didn't wanted to buy something pretty expensive. I was going to buy another Hanger 9 OV Bronco at $3,000 because at 30% off, it's $1,000. So, well, 990 whatever, yeah. So, but I thought, well, am I going to fly two of those? I mean, would I ever use the second one of those? It just didn't seem like a good, I thought though I could always sell it, because I'm going to get $1,000 off, so I could sell it for a $500 off to somebody and make $500 on it. So I thought about that too. I almost did that. But I finally decided, nah, I'm just going to get this instead. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get those parts and see if those screw bags upstairs. Okay. It was upstairs. So, good. I was looking for something that wasn't here anyway. The bag was upstairs, so. Alright. So we got my elevators here, got the rudder here. Ready to plug this baby together. So this, I think, yep, it automatically plugs in when you set it in place. So you just gotta set that in there like that. Get it down inside here, like that, and there, like that. Hang on a minute. Okay, here's a trick, guys. Anytime you're putting one of these together, all you gotta do is pinch the foam here. Just do this. Just grab it and pinch it like this. Just run your fingers and pinch it like this. And it's gonna roll this edge just slightly. You're not gonna see it. It's not gonna look like it did anything. But what it does is it just rolls that edge just enough. Because when you go to push it down inside the plane, it'll slide right in. It's such a silly little trick, but it makes a big difference. And this should just slide right together now. Yep. Okay. Still not going in. Let me pinch it again. The back did. The front's not going in. Alright, let me pinch it again. Alright, let's try this again. I'm not sure what's going on. It seems like it's this plastic bracket here is holding me up. I think. I don't think it's this. Oh, it's weird. Oh, wait a minute. It's this. What the hell is this thing doing here? That's in the way. That's not going to work. What is that? Oh, that's what's holding me up. There's some kind of electronic piece in the way where the tail's got to go in. I don't know what the hell that's doing in there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it even is. Let me look here and see if I can figure out what the hell this is. Spectrum Sundam thing. It's not the receiver. The receiver's up front. Oh, I think it's the ESC. Well, guys, you can't put it in there like that. That ain't gonna work. You know, the rudder's got to go down in here. What the hell are you thinking? Well, what the hell's holding that up? It looks like there's a cavity there for it to go in, but it doesn't want to go in. Yeah, it's the ESC that's here. I don't know. It's weird. It's definitely not that rudder not going down in there with this in the way. Okay. Oh, well, let's see if that'll fit down. I think that'll fit down. No, there it goes. And my little light came on up here. So it plugged in and it's on. Good. I always wanted to be a proctologist. Alright, I guess everything's okay. Alright, good. Yep, this is all down. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's get the screws in. Alright. Alright, so we'll do an inventory here and see what screws go where. Alright, so we got two long ones. So we got four medium ones. And then this little one. Where the hell does this little one go? Huh. That's interesting. I don't know where that would go. I got the four for the wings, and I got two for the elevators. That's not down all the way. There we go. Okay, so the two long ones. Oh. Well, that's not right. I'm missing screws. Hang on. Oh, there's the other short one. Okay, so there's two short ones. I think they're the ones that go here. I think the long ones go up in here to lock the elevators on. Oh, I need the shaft for the elevator. That's upstairs too, I think. So this... I'm going to grab... not that one. I need the small one. Where's the small one? Alright, well this will work. I'll just use this. I don't know where that other card tool went. It should be here. Okay, pop that off and put it in here. Okay. Let's see, we need this one. Nope, too small. Really? That's interesting. Must be this one, right? Yep, that's it. Yeah. Put that in there. Put that back in there. Alright, I'm gonna look at the instructions. I want to see something here. Because I don't want to do this twice. No, that's not the book. Where's the book for this one? Is this it? Nope, got that one out. It's got to be one of these. All these E-Flite books up here, it's got to be one of them. Nope, still not that one. One more. There it is. That's the one. Okay. I guess I'm tireder than I thought. I need my glasses. Can't see this. So the M3 by 10, and then the Okay. So the long ones go up there and the short ones go down there. Okay. That's all I need to know. Okay. Perfecto. So these two long ones hold the rudder on. Wow. That's a lot of screwing. Okay. Okay. There it goes. God, those screws are so long, you're worried they're going to come out the other side. I don't think they're gonna, but man, they're long screws. Okay, let's see if we can get this one to go in. A pipe cleaner? Ah, you use the stickers. What stickers are we talking about? This plane comes fully decaled. The only sticker you get to put on this one is what number you want it to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. All the rest of the stickers are already on it. And I clear coated. Oh yeah, I meant to clear coat the... I think I'm going to put the 5 on this upside down. I'm going to do my best to get this thing balanced so it flies good upside down. Are you sure you're not talking about the 70mm one? Juno, because yeah, the 70mm one I had to put all the stars on individually. You know, that one you got to put all the stickers on. This one comes with them already on. This is the 80mm. You know, the 70 didn't have lights. No, you know, you had to put all your stickers on. You know, I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 of these. Okay, the rod for this must be upstairs too, because the wing spars and the bar for the elevators. So let me go upstairs. They must be up there. Let me go get those. Alright, let me find. I think. Yeah, they're right here. These two are here. And then where's the last one for the. Oh, they might be. Yeah, they're the rods. Those rods are already there. Okay. I got them. Alright. There's a tube here. What's this tube for? I don't know what this one's for. I thought it was for this. Let me figure out what's going on here. Yeah, so this smaller long one goes here. And then this is the shorter there. What's this one? Is this one longer or shorter? Yeah, that's too long. There's no way that's going to fit this. So this, whatever that goes to. Okay, so those, we don't need those just yet. Hang on a minute, let me put that right there. And these go on here like this. There we go. Okay. And that's where these little screws go. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, wait a minute. Is it? Oh, the ball's there. Okay. Alright. Alright, where'd my tool go? Right here. Now, are these? No, the ball bearings are in there, so this screw can be tight. Alright. Okay. Nope, not there yet. Gotta go a little farther. Okay. There you go. Alright. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, so much for that. Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's get the other one on. I love it when a plane comes. I love it when a plane comes together. Oh, it's an activity alarm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Put that there. All right. Let's put this one in over here. Okay. Huh. I don't know what happened there. Odd. All right. Need the other screw. Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, so so I wasn't going to get the 70mm one. I didn't want it. I wasn't impressed with it. No lights, you know. It was only 70mm. No gear doors. They just had the holes in the bottom of the fuselage. The gear went up into the holes, and I just wasn't that impressed with it. And they wanted I think 369 for it. And I'm like, nah, I'm not buying it. Well, then Tower had it in the scratch and dent sale, like last year around Christmas. I think it was like 229. And yeah, I know. Yeah, your prices are nuts. I know. Yeah, so it was on sale for like 229. So it was over $100 off. It was like 130, 140 bucks off. And I'm like, well, crap. At that price, I'll buy two. You know. So I did. And actually, I think I put them both together. Yeah, I think they're both all assembled. They're upstairs. And yeah, so I took the one out and I flew it around, and I was doing a high alpha with it because that's what everybody does with that plane is just fly it around high alpha. So I'm flying at high alpha, and it's sinking and it's sinking and it's sinking, real slow sinking and sinking, and I'm throttling up and I'm throttling up and it's sinking and I'm throttling and sinking and throttling. And finally, it was I think it was going to hit the ground, so I just went full throttle. And it still was sinking, and then it finally caught, and then it was like on the ground. I swear the tail probably brushed the grass, and then it flew away. And Lewis and Tony were there, and they were both laughing and screaming, "Oh my God, you saved it!" You know, because they thought I was going to hit the ground, you know, and I did too. I thought, uh-oh, I screwed this one up. This ain't going to make it. But yeah, it made it. It's pretty funny. So, all right, let me center my trims here.
Trim center. Trim center.
So now the rudder servo is working. Perfect. Okay. Ailerons are centered. Rudder.
Trim center. Trim center.
Okay, rudder center, good. Okay. Elevator.
Trim center. Trim center.
All right. Okay, so all the trims are centered. Let's see if my elevator's centered. If I gotta adjust these rods or not. So, how does this work? This definitely goes on the outside. Okay. I wonder how. You know what? I'm gonna go full throw. I'll tone it down on the radio if I need to. I'm gonna go full throw. Probably gonna need it to do that high alpha crap. So I know my conversation count's got to be wrong because it's been sitting at 14 all night, and I think you're the only one in here now, Juno. I think it's just you and me. I think everybody else bailed on us. Oh yeah, it's plenty warm here. Yeah, it's 80 degrees every day here. Wow, that is way off. Wow, what's going on here? Holy moly, that's not even close. And I don't think there's enough thread left on these rods to adjust that out. What happened to these things? Let me see here. Oh. Oh, I have to shorten them. Oh, yeah. Okay, that might work. Yeah. All right, let's do that. Okay, there we go. We'll look at the instructions again because they have a setting of where the elevator should be in the neutral position. So let's see what that says. Let's see here. Well, they're not really giving me a... No, they're really not giving me a setting for this, so I guess I'll make it as straight as I can and we'll go with that. Okay. That screw in a little bit more. Okay. Alright, let's go out of half turn. Well, that's not a lot of elevator throwing. I might put it on the farthest hole out. If they wanted it one hole in, that would have been even less throw. I don't think I like that idea. Alright, I think I like it right there. Okay. Put the other one on. I have an afterburner I can install on this. I think I will. Yeah, Spencer sent me an afterburner. I think I'm going to put it on this. That'll look cool. Since this plane has an afterburner. I love the guys that put an afterburner like in the tail of an airplane that doesn't have an afterburner. like an F-86, for instance. They didn't have an afterburner in F-86, you know, but guys put the light in there so it looks like it's got an afterburner. I'm like, you dumbasses, the F-86 didn't come with an afterburner. You bozos. Alright. Wow. Alright, come on. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Alright. Around. And then up here. That's not quite that. Oops, 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 oops. Easy does it there. Easy does it. Gotta come out a couple, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's see how that works. Let's see, we gotta go half turn back in. I think. Oh, that's too far. Yeah, that's too far too. Alright, so it's gotta be that half turn right here. That's it. That's all we got. All right. Okay. All right. There we go. Uh-oh. Did I knock the camera over again? I did knock the camera over again. Son of a gun. Yeah, we'll stay. I mean, we stay warm all year here. You know, we get, like right now, the temperature gets cool at night right now. It's, I think it's 70 degrees in the garage right now. And that's, by you know, 7 o'clock in the morning, it'll probably be 65, 68. It went down to, I think it went down to 40s last week for one night. I think we went down to 48. But, it, you know, it went back up to 80 the next day. But yeah, we had a cold night once already. You know, it went down to 48, I think. And then I think we had a 58 degree night a couple nights ago too. But that's not the norm. You know, normally we don't have. You know, we get cold weather for. We only get cold weather for hours, not days. Yes, you know, that's our cold weather. You know, we get it for hours, not days. All right, I'm going to back this printer up because then I can put this airplane in front of it to work on the wings. So let me slide this all the way to the back here. Just like that. That should give me a lot more room up front here. Oh yeah, that's great. Now we got some room to work. Cool. All right. Wow, it's really dusty under there. We're gonna have to clean that up. As a matter of fact, let's do it right now. All right. Let me, get my Windex here. Okay. That'll do it for that. All right. Okay, let's put the plane to the side here, one way or the other. I don't know. Let me. Well, it's got to go both ways, so it doesn't really matter. Let's start with. We'll put it this way. Whoops. Okay. Well, you stay there for a minute. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Okay, now I can put this wing on. I'm gonna unplug this for a minute. Turn the radio off while I'm... Well, you know what? Leave it on. Screw it. Let's, Okay, this is this wing. Alright, let's slide these through here. Wow. There we go. Alright. Okay, that goes through. This goes through. Put that back on there like that. Okay. Well, that's plastic to plastic. I can't squish that down. Okay. All right, plug. You're supposed to just plug in. What's going on here? All right, where's the flashlight? Right there. Are we aligned or not? Oh, the plug's not there yet. We're stuck on the screw pins. Okay. I think it's this one back here that's being the problem. There it goes. Hey, look at that. We got an aileron. Woohoo! Woohoo! We've got an aileron. Okay. All right. So what's the story with the aileron? Because that's more like a flap. Oh, look at that. Pre-set up for flaps. I wonder if this is going to be the... No, not there. Yeah, I'm sure we have to program that switch, but the flaps are not right. They go up and down. The flaps never go up. Unless they're supposed to be spoilers too, I guess. Oh wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, alright. That's where you want to be. Alright, let's put these screws in. Lock that wing on. Oh, I think I have to put the gear up to do this. I think. And the gear door's going to be in the way. Let's look here. This plane's kind of heavy. I'm surprised. It really is kind of heavy. Oh no, this is alright. We don't need the gear up. Okay. Alright, bitch, come on. Sometimes these things can be such a pain. These damn wings plugging in. To get them to line the screw holes up. Come on, go in. Yeah, we're just not lining up. Oh, there it goes. Squeaky clean, squeaky tight. Okay, let's get the other one started. Alright. Okay. Jeez. Is that... Well, that's weird. That one didn't stop when it got in there. It's kept going. I don't know why. That's weird. Never had that happen before. We'll let me back that out a little bit. Huh. Very strange. Very, very strange. Okay. Now you can put the other wing on. So we'll flip this over this way. Gently. Ever so gently. Now we're going to put it right here like this. Let me move this can. I think the nose gear is going to fall. Well, I had that strap in there pretty tight. That battery slid anyway. Move my cup here out of the way. Uh-oh. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, you know what might work? Hang on. If I open the door to the printer, I bet the elevator will go inside the printer. Yeah. There you go. Huh. Wow. Well, not exactly the right plan I was thinking, but it'll work. All right, where's the other one? Where's the other wing at? Oh, up there. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go. Heck, I can go fly this tomorrow. That'll be cool. Okay. Crap. All right. Come on. I'll let go of my hand. There you go. Okay. Okay, that's lovely. The plug isn't lining up for the power. There we go. Okay. All right, we got a green light. All right, that's cool. It means it's on. See the screw going in there. That went right in. Okay. How about this one? Perfect. All right. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put these wings up, the gear up. I wanna see them go. Nice. Very nice. Damn, I thought that went in. It didn't.
Terrific. There we go. There we got it. I'm going there now. Oh, nothing's wrong. What is wrong with this damn thing? There it goes. Alright. We got it now. Alright. See, that one stopped. I don't know why the one on the other side didn't. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. I think we're done. You still with me, Juno? You there? You hanging in there? I want to show you how, look how clean this thing is on the bottom when the gear's up. Isn't that beautiful? You can't even tell where the gear doors are. It's so smooth. They really do a nice job on that. That's really cool. So here's the gear in action. Let me see if I can do this. There we go. Pretty cool, huh? Alright, so the wings are on. Let me put this down on top of the keyboard for a second. Let's check out all the controls. I don't know why. I mean, I guess spoilers, but I don't know what the hell they would use that for. Well, they actually don't have the mixing done yet. Well, the flap spoiler aileron mix, yeah, but I'm not sure that's the mix that's supposed to happen. I thought it was well, I know it has a tailoron mix also, so but I guess I have to program that one in because it's not a conventional. I mean, these are working like flaps and ailerons, and it's on the flap switch. So, see, that's the other thing I did too is when I started flying Spectrum shit. I started with a DX6i radio, and that I think these are left and right. Didn't these things have a L and an R on them? Huh. Let's try that here and see. That's weird. Okay. And do they slide back? Nope. Boy, those don't fit with the shit. Those are gonna need a little massaging. Okay, I guess. Yeah, they tell you in the instructions to not fly the airplane without these rails on the wingtips to protect the wings. You know, are they expecting you to crash it into the ground with the wingtips or something? And so you want these on to make sure you protect the wingtips? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of I'm not sure what they're implying there, you know. But okay, whatever. Yeah. Okay. So the only thing left now is the ventral fins, which I have one up there that I can put on. The other one I got a clear coat, and then I can put it on tomorrow. So let me get this over here a little ways so I can get to the ventral fin over here. There it is. Okay. Now that one's cleared. And that's the right one. Yeah, this goes on the right side, this one. I see so many people put these things on backwards. They don't understand why they're tapered. They don't get it. And so they put them on backwards because they think the small end goes forward for aerodynamics. No, that's not how it works. It's got a taper to it so that when the plane rotates and the tail goes down, these don't hit the ground. If you put the big one in the back, the big end in the back, it's going to hit the ground when you take off, so or land, either way. All right, come on, you're not going back in place with crap. They didn't go in place on the rail either for some reason. What's going on here? What's going on there? Huh. Well, looks kind of crappy. I don't know what happened there. Wow. These buggers don't want to go on. That's about the right angle right there. That's where it should go. Why won't that slide back like it's supposed to? No, they're not the same. Well, okay. Wow. There it goes. All right. All right, we got white one side on. All right, that's all I can do tonight. The other one's got to be painted. So, we'll put that there. All right. All right. That's going to do it. We're done. We're done with this one for tonight. That means I can fly it tomorrow. That's cool. Be interesting to see how this flies. I gotta program that Tailoron thing. I'll have to look that up in the book and see what they. Looks better with the tip rockets. Well, yeah, that's what these rails are for. Wait a minute, let me try the other rail on the other wing. Where's the other rail? It's over here. Let's see if that one will go on. See, the Thunderbirds never flew with missiles. You know, they're not a fighting force. They're a demonstration team. So they put the rails on without missiles. The plane always has these rails, and then the real plane, and then they add the missiles to the rail. Well, the Thunderbirds fly with the rails, but no missiles. And that was the problem with, the 1700 size one has a missile on the wing instead of this rail, which is not correct. It always should have the rail. There we go. All right, that one's on. All right, it pulled on. Let me try pulling the other one on. Maybe I'll get it on if I pull it. I was trying to push it, and that didn't work. Let's try pulling it and see if that'll work. And even though this is not gonna ever carry missiles. Technically, this model, it's still set up with the rail. If you have the silver one, or the gray one, you know, the gray F-16, and you got the missiles with it, those missiles will fit on this airplane. They hook to these rails. So you know, these rails are designed to carry the missiles anyway. Even though it's, you know, this is the nose cone. I have that right over here. Hang on a minute. Let me get the nose cone. Got to have the nose cone. Although you can't see shit with this. You know, the light from the nose gear is just blinding the camera. I don't think you can see crap. Let me move it over here and see if you can get a profile. I'm going to back it up as far as I can get it. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, I can't get it far enough back. Alright, well, hang on a minute. I'm going to go get the nose cone. And then I'll just hold it. Gotta make... Everything's getting knocked on the floor over here. Definitely gotta clean this up. Okay, don't crack. Let's not break the F-16. Okay. Is it upstairs? Is it down here? Hang on. I took the nose cone off. Where did I put it? I mean, I took the. It was. I had it. The pitot tube stuck in the foam while I was painting it. But I took it out of the foam. Where did I put it? Maybe it's still laying up there. I just don't have it stuck in the foam. Let me go look. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull this back here like this. There we go. There's the nose cone. All right, well, that's going to do it. I'm going to call it a night now. You know, that's all I got for tonight. Gonna go paint that other. One side's painted. I'm gonna paint the other side. So let me go finish painting that other ventral fin, and this baby's ready to fly. I'll look up what channel that the mix is on for the ailerons and see how that goes. So, all right, man. Well, thanks for sticking with me tonight while I put this together. That was cool. I will catch you next time. Probably, if not before, I'll see you next Saturday. So, alrighty. What's it say? I'm hot. The glutton got it everywhere. All right, dude. I'll talk to you later. We'll see you. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. All right. Have a good night. I'm out.